Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Community Education Council District 2 Working Business Meeting. My name is Maud Marin and I am the president of CEC D2. I'm going to ask the secretary of our council, Vincent Hom, to take roll call.
Okay, Robin Brochu,
Here.
Eric Goldberg,
Here.
Emily Hallstrom,
Here.
Vincent Hom is here, Edward Irizarry, not present yet, Maud Marin,
Here.
Benjamin Morden,
Here.
Manil,
Here.
Leonard Silverman,
Here.
Shino Tanikawa,
Here, and Maud, Donalda's in the space as well if you want to make her co-host.
Okie doke.
Thomas Rockwood.
Here.
So 10 members are present. Edward is not present yet.
Okay. So I would like to welcome our superintendent, Donalda Chumney, the superintendent for District 2, as well as our family leadership coordinator, Jennifer Greenblatt, as well as Michelle Chang from the Families and Community Engagement Office. Thank you all for joining us. We have a few other folks here this evening. This is our working business meeting, and we're gonna get to that agenda very soon, but our calendar meeting will immediately follow this meeting at 6:30, and we have 4 resolutions on the agenda. And one of those resolutions concerns PS 347, which is why we have some interpreters here, some sign language interpreters who will be interpreting for members of 347 who may wish to address that resolution. We also have Iris Gersten here from the DOE Office of Student and Temporary Housing, and I may be saying that wrong, but the woman who knows everything about students in temporary housing in District 2, Iris Gersten, will be here. And Iris, I'll just make you a co-host so that you can, when you need to speak, you can. And I also believe that we have folks here from facilities who can address any concerns that parents may have regarding the various reports that have come out about the readiness of some of our buildings. And so maybe I'll ask our superintendent, you can let me know the names of those folks so we can identify them when we are, if during the public session, if folks have questions for those folks. Okay. Little parental interruption there, sorry about that. Okay, so moving on. We have, moving back to our working business meeting. Let's see, our minute approval. We have to approve minutes during this meeting. Both, we have some modified minutes that were circulated from our July annual meeting and the working business and calendar meeting of July. And then we also have circulated the August working business and calendar meetings. Do any members have any questions about those minutes?
No, but Maud, I just wanted to point out that I'm trying to pull up the agenda for tonight's meeting on the website, and it's not coming up. I'm getting that circle things. I don't know, are any other members having that issue?
I was able to just pull it up.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
must just be me.
There,
Sorry.
and I just checked.
Okay, it must just be me,
Oh,
sorry.
and I see that Edward Irizarry is here, so I'm going to make Ed a co-host. Edward is our 11th CEC member, so I will note for roll call purposes that he is here. Edward, hello and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Ed. Okay, so we have
Did Maud get frozen? I think we were
Yeah, I think
discussing them.
Maud's frozen.
Vincent, why don't you take over the minutes approval while Maud reconnects?
If you move closer to your wireless router, you will have better reception.
I actually did something I can't see my Zoom screen at the moment. I'm trying to figure that out.
All right, then.
I make a motion that we vote on the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Your motion, can I just say one thing? Your motion is not voting on the minutes. Your motion is to approve the minutes as
Yeah.
the.
Yes.
I
That's
make a
the only
motion.
amendment.
I make a motion to approve the minutes, right, Jennifer?
Yes, Emily.
Great, thank you.
All the months of the minutes, all of them. Blanket
I'm opposed
approval.
to the motion. Just put me on record. I don't think the minutes encapsulate everything that happened last meeting.
Tom is objecting
Mark me down as opposed.
once modification.
Okay.
Was there anyone present at the bylaws committee that can summarize what happened at the bylaws committee?
Yeah, I'll summarize. So the bylaws, I know Shino had done was the person I think that had done the prior bylaws, but they haven't been done for, I think at least 6 years. It goes back to our last set of bylaws. So one of the things that we worked on, aside from trying to figure out ways to make this work in a virtual space, was a proposed sort of like a code of conduct requiring that that members maintain the same decorum, for example, that they would in a virtual space that they would at a live meeting. So we're trying to smooth things along. We're trying to make sure that there are potential repercussions for members and members of the public who let's say violate the basic rules that we're trying to set. And those that could include having your video turned off, having your audio stopped, and actually being thrown out of the meeting. So that's what we spent our last meeting working on. And I think we came to a pretty good, I think we had a pretty fruitful and pretty good discussion. I know Shino, Maud, Eric, myself, and Vincent were at the last meeting, and Shino, Eric, myself, and Maud were at the first meeting that we had. So we've had 2 meetings. I think we've come up with a pretty good set of bylaws. Does anyone want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I just want to add, we added clarification on the resolutions process so that we know how resolutions are introduced, how many members are required as co-sponsors. So that's being cleaned up, as well as the number of absences and the distinction between excused and unexcused absences and which constitutes an automatic dismissal from the council. So all that language has been cleaned up and now should be in alignment with a central DOE template for CEC bylaws.
Do we have a draft of those? A working draft?
Yes, you can find
It's
it on
off
the.
of the working business agenda.
It is on, okay.
There's
Thanks.
a link to click off of it.
Yeah, Len, can you just highlight the changes? You said
They're
decorum.
they're already highlighted.
They're already highlighted? Okay, thanks.
Yes, you can see in there.
Sorry, I've been busy at work.
Anyone know where Maud is?
I texted her, but I guess if she's not in a place with good reception or Wi-Fi, she may not be getting the texts either.
So it would seem, not to put you on the spot, Ed, but possibly, Edward, if maybe you wanted, since you are the vice president, maybe do you want to take over the agenda of the working business meeting?
You are muted.
Ed, wait, you're on mute.
No, I would defer to you or Shino if you want to do that.
Was the anticipation that we were going to vote on these bylaws or just discuss the proposed changes?
We cannot vote on them until the October meeting. So
Okay.
yeah, this is just for discussion.
So you did a very good job highlighting and read the things that have changed. So I would suggest, since we only have 15 more minutes in this meeting, that everybody make sure that they take a look at this and discuss before our October meeting.
And also, just as a side note, we were going to share the proposed updates to the bylaws with FACE and the DOE legal team to ensure that they comply with, I guess, DOE regulations, as we've had issues in the past with bylaws being in conflict. So we just want to make sure that these bylaws will be in effect and there won't be any issues if we agree to them.
Yeah, I actually have a question on that. Since set up under state statute, which to my understanding supersedes city regulation, why would we need approval from the DOE?
So,
Jennifer,
all I could say
Michelle?
is
So I want to go back
yeah.
2 minutes. I want to tell you what the process is. So the process is they presented at one meeting. So this would be the meeting they're presented at, and then they're voted on at the next meeting. It's always a good idea to have something run through the Department of Education to make sure they're in compliance with the regulations. There are things in there that add more than what's just in the template. So there's nothing wrong with that, and it's something that's typically done for bylaws.
But Jennifer, just to clarify, since we're set up under state statute, we're not required to have our bylaws approved by the DOE in any way, shape, or form.
No, nobody's required to do it. It's
Thank you.
best
Right.
practice,
The
but
challenge,
it's not a requirement.
right, the challenge is we had bylaws that we thought were good. And when time came to actually implement some elements of the bylaws, legal from DOE said we could not. It has to do with absences and what's excused to what's unexcused. And we had certain clause in there which we thought we'd be able to follow. But so it's better to have the legal department review first to see if there anything that would trip us up down the road.
Just to clarify again, legal with the New York City Department of Education
Yes,
has no control over us as a state
correct.
statute organization. So any advice that they gave us would just be guidance that we would not have to listen to.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, because then if that was the case, then our prior bylaws and questions around absences, we can, around absences and removal of members for, not being at meetings, we could see if the state thinks they're in compliance or not.
Yeah, that's where I would go.
Find the right people. Right. The
Absolutely.
question is, who in the state do you talk to about that? Our contacts are always through the DOE.
Well, that's a good question, right? There's obviously a state Department of Education, right? So wouldn't we be going through them for advice rather than the city?
Either that, or I guess we can go to the Committee on the Open Government. They might be able to help with
Right.
that too.
I would like to cut out the city as much as possible from any influence on our our organization that's set up by state statute, just because of the failure of the city Department of Education.
Hi, folks. I am back. Sorry about that. I lost internet, and now I have it again.
Maud,
looks
just
like
so you know, we had talked about changes to the bylaws. That's where we are right now.
Okay, great. That's
I had a quick
talking
question.
about the right thing.
Yeah,
That's the first item on the working business agenda. So
I have a
that's
quick question about it. If
Yep.
I'm, hello?
We can hear you.
Go ahead, Emily.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure. In the changes to how a resolution is presented, it seems like, so the way that it would be put on the agenda is you have to have 3 members and then submitted before 3 working business days. But if that doesn't happen, the idea is that you would you still have to do that, like reading it into the minutes kind of thing? I just don't see that here.
Len, are you able to answer that question? That's a good question.
No, I was actually focusing on the fact that we just lost Maud.
He's back.
Again, the process about this, Shino, I'll defer to you on this one.
You know, you're on mute.
It might be a good idea to actually explicitly put it in there. Right now, it just says copies must be distributed even if you introduce it at the meeting. Let's see. And prior to the call to order, and copies are made available to the public or link is shared at a virtual meeting. I think it's good practice to actually read them into the record if they're bringing resolutions at the meeting, even if copies are produced.
So perhaps, I think that needs to be more explicitly said
Yeah.
then.
We can certainly add that as
Great.
language in there.
But I do think we then have this overall question, though, of what is the process for ensuring that bylaws that we propose and if approved actually are, can go in effect and do hold, can hold to govern the CEC. And in the past, we've, gone through FACE as a conduit, either to a decision within the state or within the city. So I just want to be sure that we're not going to vote on a set of bylaws that actually don't govern us. Because
Well, I
that's
mean,
the
they
problem
would
we had
govern
in the past.
They would govern us until somebody tells us that they can't, and the city can't say that they're not in compliance. The state would have to, right? So under my understanding from a corporate law experience, you pass bylaws, and if a bylaw is in conflict with the law, somebody has to tell you so.
Well, just to kind of go through the process. So our current bylaws, we've been told by the city that they're not enforceable and that we could not remove a member who missed 7 meetings. Because,
Yeah, so,
right, so I'm saying, so, I mean, we don't have the authority to remove that member because I believe the New York City DOE would let us know whether a member could remain or not. And maybe it has to do with removal.
but again, maybe we should start to the state because the city has no authority over a state
No, but
organization.
Eric, I thought what we talked about at our meeting was refer that member to the DOE for potential removal. I think that language is in there. I don't have it up in front of me.
Right.
That's what we had discussed.
Yeah, I'm talking about in the past, and we're talking about the enforceability of the bylaws. And I guess my question is, how do we enforce these bylaws, right? We have a current set of bylaws that we were not able to enforce because the DOE told us we could not.
Well, but that's on one particular issue. I mean, it's not that the entire bylaws was unenforceable.
No, agreed. But I guess if we are putting new bylaws out there, we want to make sure that they are enforceable each item. So Tom is suggesting that there's a different process to understand at least that enforceability.
Right, and actually, Eric, to address your question, there are in state statute, there are specific removal powers granted to the chancellor, but those are specific to removal powers, right? So by state statute, the chancellor has authority to remove members under certain circumstances.
Hey,
Now,
folks,
broadly,
Tom, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm trying to figure out, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wasn't sure if I was plugged in again or not.
You're plugged in.
You guys, excuse me for the technical problems. I hear that you guys are in the midst of discussing bylaws, but I could update you on my conversations with DOE if you want. We have only 4 minutes before our
May I finish speaking?
Oh, hold on.
Thank you. So Eric, again, I'm sorry, before I was interrupted, to answer your question, the removal powers are granted to the chancellor through state statute. So broadly, we would not have to go to the New York City Department of Education. But for removal powers, certainly their interpretation and the chancellor's regs would be relevant. But for everything else, it would be more of a state issue, to my understanding. Len, would you concur?
Not 100. I'm not 100% sure about that. But look, my understanding again, I think we're getting bogged down in this. Is that it's the same as if, like Jennifer would say this too. It's the same as the state, whatever rules apply, whatever laws apply, and to the extent that your bylaws are not in compliance with the laws will control. But again, to the extent that they are in compliance, whatever is in the bylaws that is in compliance would certainly control. So I think we're getting bogged down on issues that we may not even come to. We're trying to propose a model set of rules and regulations to guide our conduct. We'll send it to FACE, see if, and send it to the DOE, see if they have any comments that they want to make, and if it seems to be okay with them, well, the recommendation is to vote to approve them and then take it from there. I mean, I think we're kind of getting bogged down in a lot of the minutia of this.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump in here. I reached out to the New York City Department of Education legal department with regard to a series of questions about our bylaws. I submitted our proposed bylaw changes to them already and asked them to have a look, which is something that more than one council does. They review those bylaws regularly. The bylaw committee met, and what I was about to say before my computer troubles began is that I wanted to thank Len Silverman, Shino Tanakawa, Eric Goldberg, and Vincent Hom, all of whom attended various bylaw committee meetings and put in a lot of time and effort and work. I'm now in a noisier part of my house. So I appreciate the work that everybody put in. And the other thing that I wanted to share with other members is that for the most part, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating something that's already been said, we relied on the DOE template for most of the changes, although many of the things remain exactly the same from our previous bylaws. We did add a code of conduct to our bylaws. It's the last article in the bylaws, so you can take a look at that if you're curious. And I certainly think that anyone who reads that code of conduct will agree that all of the things that we included in there are things that we can reasonably expect from one another, both in how we treat one another and in how we treat members of the public who attend our meetings. So I'm sorry for that delay, guys, but it is 6:30 now. I'm going to suggest that we adjourn our working business meeting. And let me just say one final thing. What is required of our current bylaws is that we post proposed changes to the bylaws at a meeting, and that at the following or subsequent meeting, we can vote on it. And they would come into effect upon a majority vote of this council at the following meeting. So we're not taking a vote on the proposed bylaws that we have up tonight, because the way that it works, the way that our bylaws require it to work, is that they would be voted on at the subsequent calendar meeting.
Point of order.
Sure.
On this working business agenda, there is new business. I would like to address new business. It's on the agenda.
It is on the agenda, Tom, but we have a 6:30 calendar meeting starting, so I'm moving to adjourn this meeting, and we have two additional items on this meeting that we're going to have to, that unfortunately it seems like we did not get to in my absence, and so we can reconvene this meeting after the calendar meeting.
Sure.
Yes.
Were the minutes voted on for approval?
No, but let's do that in the calendar meeting, Yvette.
No, we did.
Voted on them. They're
you did?
approved.
We did.
Yes, they're
great.
approved. Tom
Marvelous.
voted against approving the minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the minutes are approved. I was not there, so I wasn't there, but Tom voted against, and if everyone else voted for, that means they're approved. I am going to move to adjourn our working business meeting. I am going to suggest that we can reconvene it at the close of the calendar meeting if it's not too late. If not, we'll reconvene this meeting at a later date.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, all in favor? Let's,
Aye.
okay,
Opposed.
Okay, Tom is opposed. It appears no one else is. I am now going to call to order our calendar meeting. So hello, everyone who has just joined us. This is the calendar meeting of CEC D2. And because I'm having all sorts of computer troubles for which I apologize, I am going to call up our agenda, but we have our roll call. Vincent, I'm going to ask you to take note that all our members are still present.
Yes, I have taken note of that.
Thank you, Vincent.
Nice to meet
And I am going to now have our calendar business agenda. Give me one moment.
While we are in a pause, I just wanted to note that there is a speaker list. You can sign up to speak.
Yes.
There's a link from our website. It's also posted at the top of this. There are a number of people signed up to speak that I have not yet listed on here. So if you signed up to speak, I absolutely have you.
Okay. We are going to move to our first public session, but before we do that, I am going to suggest to the council that we move one of our items up on the agenda. I would like to move up the discussion, or at least the introduction, I should say, of Resolution 152. That is the resolution in support of having an American Sign Language fluent teacher in every class, and the development, support, and implementation of a dual language model of instruction at PS 347, the American Sign Language and English Lower School. And I'm requesting that we move that up because we have some members of that school community here with us this evening who are relying on sign language interpretation to follow along in this meeting. And unlike the rest of us who can turn off our screen and cook dinner for our kids, those who are relying on sign language need to be present and looking at the screen. And so out of courtesy to that school community, I would like us to introduce that resolution now. And it's my understanding that we have some folks here who would like to speak to that at the first public session.
I second the motion.
Okay, and so if we have no objections to that, I will do that now. So with regard to this resolution, at our last meeting, we had a member of the school community who is the PA president of that school come and speak to us about some of the concerns there. And I asked her to follow up with me, and she did. And based on the specific concerns of that community, of this school community, they are seeking to have a more robust American Sign Language instructional model in the school. And the reasons are all laid out in the resolution. It certainly has, there are many, many reasons to recommend that more robust model of instruction, which would be based off of a dual language instructional model. So that is the resolution. It comes directly from the school community. Stacey Abrams, I'm sorry, not Stacey Abrams.
Hayes.
Stacey Hayes. Stacey Abrams is another wonderful person, but Stacey Hayes is the wonderful person that I worked on this resolution. And I thank Stacey Hayes very much for that collaboration. So with that is the introduction of that resolution. And with that, Ushma, I'd like to move to the first sign up speaking. Let me make one further announcement about public speaking. For any members who are going to be signing during their comments, you will be highlighted on the Zoom, and your comments will be translated, and we will also call you first if we are aware that you will be relying on sign interpretation. So you can raise your hand if that is the case, and we will look for you now. I believe we have the names of most folks, but if we don't, please raise your hand and we will call you.
There are a number of other people who I could not get on this list, who I promise I will add to this list once we have room after these speakers have spoken.
Okay, great.
And
Thank
Maud,
you,
may,
Ushma.
may I just share something about this resolution?
Surely.
The Citywide Council on Special Education supports this resolution. They had a discussion at their calendar meeting, I think it was last week, and they unanimously supports this resolution. I have been told by Ellen McHugh. I just wanted to
Fantastic.
share that.
What wonderful news. Thank you for sharing that, Sheena. Okay. We will go to our public speaking session at this time.
I have unmuted Janine Michelle.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm a reading coach who supports District 2 through the Universal Literacy Initiative. The initiative's work is grounded in the science of reading and specifically preventative literacy instruction. Over the past few years, ULIT coaches have been informing teachers, principals, and families on the science of reading and its impact on student achievement in our schools. We provided professional development, coaching cycles for teachers, and family workshops to promote the understanding of best early literacy practices and research-based curriculums. We've also supported the DBI work in schools and have ensured that teachers are trained and coached in explicit instruction and in providing immediate corrective feedback with the science of reading supported curriculums. In partnership with District 2 Superintendent's team, AIS, and AIS, ULIT coaches will continue to provide resources and materials to District 2 schools. And we would love to have the CEC's support in continuing our work process. Thank you.
Thank you. Then up next is Julia Erario. You are unmuted.
Hi, thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak a bit tonight. I'm a universal literacy coach in District 2, and through our work with the DBI framework that Jane just described in our district, we've been able to work with school teams to focus on students who are not making adequate progress or make as much progress as expected through traditional teaching methods and interventions. By helping to create a DBI team and follow Devin Kearns' DBI framework, so Devin came in and helped train us from UConn, we were able to help teachers and service providers assess students to identify their strengths and areas of need in alignment with the 5 pillars. After identifying areas of need, the DBI team was able to come up with appropriate research-based interventions that are rooted in the science of reading. Through these targeted interventions, regular assessment, data analysis, and a collaborative effort between all stakeholders, students were able to make progress toward, and in some cases, meet their goals. As Janine said, District 2 schools will continue to need CEC support so that we can continue this work in our schools and in our district. Thank you.
Josephine Hendricks.
Hi, again, thank you for allowing us to speak during this presentation. During my work as a universal literacy coach supporting schools in District 2 and in connection with AIS and the superintendent's team, I began working with teachers to universally screen students in kindergarten through 2nd grade. Universal screening helps flag students who are likely to make inadequate progress in reading. Our screening results showed that students were scoring below benchmark on the phonemic awareness portion of the screener. The science of reading tells us that students need a conscious awareness of the individual's speech sounds, as well as the ability to manipulate those sounds in order to successfully learn to read, write, and spell. With screening results showing deficits in phonemic awareness, we reviewed the school's current phonics program and realized the program did not follow the progression of phonological skill development needed for successful reading. We began implementing a curriculum that supports the science of reading, and students were now receiving 10 to 12 minutes of daily explicit and systematic phonemic awareness instruction. Our data began to show that the phonemic awareness instruction being implemented was stimulating accurate and efficient phonological processing in students. We wondered what would happen if we began screening all students in every school and then matching instruction to the science of reading. Having the support of the CEC will help promote the science of reading throughout the district. Thank you.
Okay, Heather Meisner.
Ushma, after this speaker, I'm going to jump in, okay?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Heather Meisner, and I'm here also to speak on the proposal around the science of reading. I am also a universal literacy coach within the district, and I have coached about 30 teachers within the district over the past 2 years. Prior to that, I was a District 2 teacher for 12 years, and bringing in this information was really crucial for understanding of how to target how we need to get our struggling students to read. With the benchmark assessment screening, we were able to look at students who present as though they're very verbal and can read by sight. But a lot of the data showed us that as they moved along to harder books and words, they weren't going to have the necessary skills to attack these words. So we need to continue to educate teachers in all the districts in not only screening their students, but then choosing the correct curriculum for either whole class and or small group intervention to target these students early enough so that they don't come to 3rd grade when it's too late and they're already struggling and we've already lost them.
So Maud?
Yes. Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulties today. I wanted to make sure that we got to our parents from 347. I think we have a few of them here because there's some very, our speakers on the reading resolution have a lot of amazing information to share. It's somewhat intensive on the information front. So I wanted to check if we have here, I don't know if we can see if folks, how can we see folks raise their hand? I'm going to read some names. Alan Roth, AJ DeJesus, Glennie Sanchez, Donna Miles, and Elise Brady. If we have any of those.
And I note that the rest of these that were on here, those were all names that I got sent to put at the top of the list.
Yes.
There might have been some miscommunication, but everybody else who has now signed up, specifically signed up through the Google form indicating that they wanted to speak on the issue of PS 347.
Right, and I had reached out to Stacy, who I know is on the call and who I'm gonna unmute, to make sure that parents who might not have been familiar with our form procedure would know that they would be welcome to speak. So let me see. The other folks that might be speaking from 347 are Ariel Knight, Alana Campbell, Anna Sandoval, and if we have those folks here, oh, I see Ariel Knight, so I'm going to ask her to unmute herself. There we go. Okay, Ariel, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a parent at 347 of a hearing 6-year-old and a deaf 3-year-old. And I wanted to actually talk about the hearing 6-year-old. When we were learning, when we first found out that Ozzy was deaf and we first explored deaf culture, we knew that a lot of deaf children had a hard time communicating with their hearing families, and specifically, you know, the parents, but also siblings. And so I toured different deaf schools in an effort to learn about deaf education. And when I went to Texas School for the Deaf in Austin or Riverside School for the Deaf in California, and I asked them what they did to support siblings in learning American Sign Language, a lot of what I heard back was, oh, well, the siblings will learn from their deaf siblings. They'll learn in the family environment. And we know that language gets learned in a language-rich environment, which requires more than one person. And I also wasn't really comfortable with my 6-year-old learning American Sign Language only through the vessel of her younger sister. Like culturally, it's really important to be around deaf role models and deaf peers, and deafness doesn't just exist in that world. And the more I searched, the more I realized how unique PS 347 is, in the sense that deaf culture is celebrated through hearing and deaf people alike. And the dual language resolution would support that in like just a much more stable way. And we really hope that it gets passed.
Okay, thank you very much, Ariella. Let me see if we can.
So everyone else that is listed on this list has signed up to speak specifically on this issue, Maud.
Okay, so let's call those folks then.
Stacy Haynes seems like the next perfect person to ask.
Indeed, I just unmuted her. Stacy, are you with us?
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Stacy.
Okay. I'm going to speak for myself first, and then I have a letter that an administrator at the school asked me to read as well. Hi, my name is Stacy Haynes. I'm the co-president of the PA at PS 347 and also on the SLT. Tonight, however, I'm speaking primarily as a parent. My daughter Beatrice has mild to severe bilateral hearing loss. Audiologists call her hard of hearing, but for the last year or so, Beatrice has called herself deaf. This is a cultural identification within the deaf community, and in her 7-year-old way is a declaration of how much she values her own deafness and American Sign Language. Even if we wanted to, we could not send Beatrice to a state school for the deaf. Typically in the US, these schools are for both deaf and hard of hearing children, but here in New York, their students must be profoundly deaf. We feel incredibly lucky to have found a public school that understands and respects both English and ASL. It's important to my family that our hearing son is able to attend the same school as his sister and that he also learns to sign. Even over the last few years, I've seen differences class to class in the quality and quantity of ASL education. We send our children to ASL for the community and the culture, and most of all, to learn ASL. Please help us to ensure that every child that attends PS 347 has the experience of a strong American Sign Language education. And then I'm also going to read a letter from Rose Werner, who is the preschool coordinator. I have been an employee at what is now known as PS 347, the American Sign Language and English Lower School, for 30 years. It is the only public school for the deaf in the city. For many, many years, the school was a safe harbor for all deaf students who use American Sign Language to communicate. Throughout the years, our population has grown to include hearing students who need to sign as well. This is a unique school with a rich history and culture that staff and alumni have fought to preserve. It is my fervent hope that you do all you can to make this school a dual language school in order to pay respect to both the deaf community and the friends and family who need to communicate with them. In this time when so many of us have felt isolated, think about what it would feel like to feel that you couldn't communicate with the people closest to you, either at home or in the school setting. Let's show our students how much we value them and provide them equal access to American Sign Language and English. Sincerely yours, Rose Werner, PS 347. I just wanted to share as well, if the interpreters could let the deaf parents in the audience know, they can just let them know if they want to speak now so that we can get this portion over.
I muted myself. Yes, we would like to welcome any parents from 347 who would like to speak.
Hi, Maud. This is Ma, this is Heather.
Yes,
I see
Heather.
deaf parents. I'm gonna
Alan Roth.
I'm gonna spotlight Alan Roth. Yes.
Okay, great.
And interpreters, I will just voice for him. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well and is healthy. So I would just like to explain some of the benefits of my kids attending a bilingual school with ASL and English. Now, communication with me is something I'd like to talk about. So I just want to start off by saying my kids went to 347. They went pre-K until about second grade, and then they transferred to another school, PS40. And then we decided to have them back at 347 right before coronavirus happened, which then schools closed, and my kids were then attending 347. So for me, it really was important for the kids to go back to a school where communication was fully accessible for me as their parent. And they were in a mainstream school where there were all hearing parents, and I was the only deaf parent there. And having them at a school with two languages, and especially myself being deaf, and both of us, both parents being deaf, it's important for our children to have access to both languages, American Sign Language and English. Thank you. Hold on one moment. Back to you, Sarah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other parents want to speak up? Sarah, can you just interpret that?
Okay, I see.
Okay, I see another one. I see
Yes,
Ana
I
de
do.
Jesus.
Anna, I'm
I will spotlight
asking
her.
you to unmute now. And oh, I guess I don't need to,
She's
but there
deaf,
we
yeah.
go. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Both of my children go to PS 347, and we absolutely love that school. My son is a child of a deaf adult, which we call CODAs, and there are several CODAs in his class, and it's great for them to all have the same background, to have the same culture. And hearing kids don't really understand the CODA and deaf culture as much as all of the kids do at PS 347. The common ground that they all have there is PS 347 is that they come from families that sign, there's a deaf principal, there's other deaf teachers, and it's so important for them to be exposed to this language. Thank you. And we're asking if there are other deaf that want to speak up. Okay, we have Elise Brady here.
Okay.
I'm going to spotlight her. Hello, my name is Elise Brady, and I'm deaf, and my husband is also deaf, and we are the parents of two hearing children. One, my son is in pre-K, and my daughter actually finished pre-K at PS 347, and she's transferred over to another public school. And I'm also a staff member at PS 347. I'm a social worker there. And I've been there for the last 17 years. So I can speak as a parent and also as a staff member of the school community. One of the biggest benefits for my children is to have them see sign in school, because at home we sign, and that's their native language. That's the language that we use to communicate. And when they're at school, it's so important for them to be able to continue their home language and also have access to English, because at home we don't speak English. And it's really important that they have both American Sign Language, which is their home language, and they are able to learn English as well in school. And to have those two blended together is such a huge benefit for their social and emotional growth. And also, as a social worker, there are a lot of struggles that I see that students have. A lot of them, I can tell when they don't have a dual language model, the classes look different, especially for kids that come from schools where they weren't exposed to sign. And there's a lot of children that also don't know sign, and it's hard for them to learn, but being able to go to a school where they have access to that, it also should be accessible, it should be easy. And I noticed that there are some hearing people that start working at the school, and I think they expect that they're going to learn while they're there, but it's really important that they come in with knowledge and that they're fluent and that they're able to pick up the language. And they should have the ability and the skill before they get there. And there should be a signing teacher in each classroom. There are certain classrooms that don't have that language model, and not everybody is fluent. And I think that is so important, and that's really something that needs to be a measure before we hire in the school, is that somebody is fluent and qualified in American Sign Language. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy. And we're checking to see if we have more parents now. And Stacy or Heather, if you see any. Oh, yes, I see Glennie.
Okay, I'm going to spotlight her. Okay, hello. My son goes to PS 347 and he is hearing, and I'm his deaf mother. And for him, it's very difficult for us to communicate. We do work on it, and I tried to teach him sign, and he picks it up, and we do learn how to communicate with each other. But it's so great for him to have a school where he can continue his home language and learn and grow. And I've noticed that it's helped with his development as well. Unfortunately, during the situation that we are in now with the pandemic, that he is losing some of his signing exposure that he gets in school. But I really hope that once things go back, then we're able to have him learn with his ASL teachers as well. And also some of his skills that he needs to learn in order to be successful in school are hindered now because of this situation. But hopefully, we hope that he will be able to have more teachers signing for the rest of his education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glennie. Okay, we're gonna do another check. If we have any more members of the 347 community. Yes, I see Svetlana.
I see, yes, I will spotlight her. Sorry. Yes, hello, this is Svetlana. I have 3 codas that go to 347. And my oldest son, he was at 347 and he transferred to a hearing school. And I have to say that the community is very different. And one of my second, that was my first son, he's been at 347 for a long time. And then my second son, we were trying to find the right school for him. And he signs a little bit less than the other one. And then my third child, who is now in pre-K, we are very concerned with him because he is having speech issues and he's definitely signing, but he may be speech delayed. So I do feel that putting him in the environment at 347 will be good for him, and hopefully that will help him catch up with speech, having an English speaking teacher, as well as having an ASL teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. I am going to keep looking. So
we have Donna.
Donna, great. Donna and Brooke next. I think we have Donna, Brooke, and Rita.
Hello. Hello, can you see me? I'm just wondering who is interpreting for me, but I was a PTA president, and there used to be, back in the days when we were PTA presidents, there were a full signing body, and we would have everyone there signing, and I noticed that it's becoming less and less over time, and it's really sad. So I think it's really important that we keep American Sign Language in our school, in our culture, and that we are also making sure that the teachers who come in sign. I just want to make sure everyone can see me. Okay. So as a deaf person, we need to make sure that the hearing teachers in the school sign. We understand that these kids that come into school that are hearing may not know sign, and it's really important for them to learn sign. And some deaf children are born to hearing parents who also don't have sign language exposure, so then they come to school to learn it. So if there is American Sign Language in every class, and if American Sign Language is the language that is dominant at the school, then everybody will be on equal playing grounds, and I feel that's really important. Thank you. Who was next?
Okay, I saw that
Okay, we have
had...
Dave.
Okay.
David Thackerbull. Hello,
Hello.
everyone.
Hello, my name is David Thacker-Bowl. I am the proud principal of the American Sign Language and English Lower School. And I am watching my family tell their stories, and it makes me smile. But I just want to express my full 100% support for this resolution. I think is a positive move in the right direction for our community. And I want to thank the CEC for giving us this platform to help look at our vision for the future and make it happen. And I also want to thank the the superintendent, Donalda, for helping our school. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to move on. Very happy to have the principal of 347 with us. I believe our next speaker is a parent speaker, Brooke Newsom.
Hi, sorry. Hello, everyone. I was not going to speak, but I felt compelled as a parent of 2 hearing children and no deaf family members in our home. So we've been at the school between my 2 daughters for 12 years. And we chose to bring our younger daughter in because of the amazing education. Our older daughter, who's now a rising 9th grader. She has since left the school for high school, but we still have our younger child there who's a rising 4th grader. As well, we have 3 cousins who come to the school basically based upon our amazing experience. But what I wanted to highlight, it's something that Donna touched on briefly, which is my oldest daughter, she's fluent in sign language. And that's because she had signing teachers every year, starting at pre-K 3, all the way through 5th grade. She also had deaf peers in her class. So aside from the teachers, she was forced to learn sign language and fell in love with sign language, still loves sign language, still uses it, maybe not on a daily basis, but when she sees her deaf friends that she still keeps in touch with 3 years later, and when she sees deaf adults from the community, she signs with them and she appreciates it. Now to my child who's a rising 4th grader, she's never had a deaf teacher. Most of her teachers don't sign. Those that sign, as Elise said, they come in with hopes that they will one day sign. It's a hard language to learn, as any language is. You don't just pick it up in one day. So my 4th grader, she knows very basic sign. I have no hope at this point that she will be fluent or that she'll recognize how important the community is. We live near a deaf home. We live on 14th Street. We live near a home that has many adult and hard of hearing in the home. And there are often times where as a family, we'll see them struggling to place an order at the deli, talk to a bus driver, drop off laundry, things that you and I take for granted every day. And it's very pleasing from a parent perspective that my 13-year-old can step in, lend a hand. She's not as fluent as, say, the teachers or as deaf, or as, you know, another deaf person, but she understands the community. And it's part of what has made it so special to a hearing family is the community. But we need our teachers to all be fluent in sign. We owe it to the kids and to the families, the CODAs. We owe it to every single one of them to let them know that they're valued and that their education is as important as every other student in New York City's education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brooke. I see a hand raised from Nicole.
All the other people on the speaking list have signed up to support this resolution as well as parents.
Okay, great. So I'll let you go through the speaking list.
I have a deaf teacher that wants to speak, Darren Fridensky.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hello. My name is Darren Fridensky, and most people know me as Dax. Well, first, let me back up. I am deaf, and I am from a deaf family, and I am a teacher at PS 347 for almost 24 years. And PS 347 is really a special place where communication is accessible, where ASL happens. And when I first joined PS 347, it was a full deaf school. And over the years, it has changed and evolved. We've merged with CODAs, we've had some hearing neighborhood kids, and it's become such a beautiful environment. And like one of the other parents said, that there are a lot of spinning wheels and we all come there and we come together, and it's really nice. But one thing that I want to talk about is language deprivation. And I noticed that many of these children are experiencing that. And what they're facing is, well, for example, back when I was a student, about 15 years old, past student, sorry, correction. We had a past student who came from the Dominican Republic who was about 15 years old and who was a victim of language deprivation, and he was deaf, and he came to PS 347 and he was able to learn, and then he went to Lexington School for the Deaf, and where he saw other deaf people and he was able to communicate. And a lot of, and for his example, his family, they were writing things back and forth to him and they weren't really communicating with himself with American Sign Language. And it's proof. We saw it happen, that he came without any sort of skills, and then once he got here and he was in this community, he was able to thrive and learn, and that was proof. So thank you so much. I'm going to switch to Rob now. Okay, any other deaf people that want to speak?
Otherwise, we have a number of parents.
Okay.
Ushma, on the list that we have now, we had Rita.
Rita, you're unmuted. Oh, unmuted. Maud, can you unmute
Yes.
Rita? I can't seem to.
There she is. There's Rita. Okay. Yeah. Rita,
sorry, when I spotlight them, they just get mixed up. Okay. Hello, sorry. My name is Rita. I am also a deaf teacher at PS 347. And I just want to tell a little bit about how important American Sign Language is and how it is important to the culture of our school. Back when I was a child, I didn't have the opportunity to learn American Sign Language at a young age. And I unfortunately was missing a lot of information. And as you saw, my colleague, Dax, who grew up in a deaf family, just speak about and talk about language deprivation, which is something that I experienced as a child. And we see this in our school. We have hard of hearing children, we have CODA children, And it's sad when they go to hearing schools and their native language is taken away from them, or they don't have access to it like everyone else. And what happens to most other schools is that when a deaf child goes to a hearing school, sometimes they're focused on speaking English and they're not able to learn their own language like I was. So I think it's really important for everybody to have access to this language. Thank you. And I'm just going back to Rob. Okay. Thank you.
Great, and I want to check. Thank you so much, everyone. Can I
Maud?
check? Yes.
Nicole E. has her hand up.
Oh, yes, indeed. Okay.
And is signed up to speak, yes.
Let's go to Nicole E. Thank you, Sheena.
Hi, I'm Nicole Eichog, and I have two daughters that go to 347. They're rising fifth graders. They're twins, one of whom is hard of hearing, the other one is not. And it's been a really important school for us to go to because my hard of hearing daughter was not exposed to sign language at home. It is not something that we speak. We've tried to learn, but you know, it's very different being in an immersive environment. And it's allowed my daughters to both learn sign language at the same time. And my daughter who's hard of hearing, in class, she uses both the English instruction and the sign language instruction. And it's really important for her. She takes cues from lip reading and visuals and everything, but the school is familiar with what she needs. And it's really helped her to develop and learn a second language and be able to support herself in her learning. And we think it's a really important school. It's very important to have the native signers in the class for the kids to learn from also. So I thank you all for listening to us today and our proposal.
Thank you so much. Let me do a final check, and I'll rely on the interpreters and Stacy to make sure that we have not missed anybody.
So we have Karina Jenis, Alana Campbell, and Anna Sandoval who have all signed up to speak.
Okay, fantastic.
So whichever one you want
to read the first name you said, Karina?
Karina Jenis, if she's here.
Karina Jenis, great. Let's go to Karina.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to say that I want my daughters are already in PS 347, and I want my daughters to learn ASL at the school because I didn't. My mom was the one who took ASL classes 2 times a week. She taught my father, my brother, and myself. My sister grew up in a home where we did our best to communicate with her, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. She still needed that communication with the entire family. At family gatherings, I noticed that our house knew ASL. The family didn't. She felt left out. I want my daughters to have that amazing auntie-niece relationship everyone else gets to have. And I want my daughters and my niece to have the sister relationship with my daughters. The only way for that to happen is through ASL communication, because my niece is also deaf. And my oldest daughter started pre-K. She was 4 and now she's 7. And she has that amazing communication with my sister and my niece. And I have my little one now who went from pre-K 3 to pre-K 4, and she's doing amazing. My niece and my daughter are the same age, and they're like twin sisters. And I am grateful for that. So PS 347 is not only a home for deaf communities, but for their hearing family members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karina. I really appreciate everybody who comes to speak, because otherwise we have words on a page, and hearing from families and hearing from communities is really what you need to understand how important what we're asking for as a community, how important it is. So let's go. Ushma, can you read the next name on the list, please?
Alana Campbell, you are
Alana,
unmuted.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Alana. I have a deaf daughter and a hearing son that both attend PS 347.
For most hearing parents, your own deaf child is the first person you've ever met that's deaf. And that was the case for our family when our daughter was born. In those first few months of their life, you have to make these really big decisions about your child's future and how they're going to communicate with the world. Our family chose to both teach our daughter American Sign Language and to get cochlear implants so that she could more easily learn English. But the reality is that most children who get implants do not learn to sign. It's very unusual. So what this means for us and for families like us is that there's not a clear path in terms of education, peers, and role models for our kids. So for the first few years of our daughter's life, we felt like we were searching for a community that understood us, and for people who could support our daughter and help her find her own identity as a deaf person, which as hearing people, it's very hard for us to try and fill that role. And that's exactly what we found at PS 347. We were embraced and our daughter was loved. It's truly a unique place in that it combines the best of both worlds. You get a mainstream public education, and you also teach and value ASL. So really, there's just no other place like it in the entire country that I know of, and I've looked, our families looked, and our friends have looked, and possibly in the whole world. So this dual language resolution really will just cement the future for us, and show how much PS 347 is a valued and really important thing for the deaf community and for hearing parents and CODAs and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana.
And then Anna Sandoval, you have been waiting patiently. You are unmuted.
Hi everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And just want to say that I think we can all agree there are many reasons to support this resolution, but one that is special to me and to a lot of members of our community is the social emotional health of our children. In my daughter's class, there are deaf, hard of hearing, CODAs, hearing kids that sign, and kids that don't know sign language. And in our family's case, she learned ASL in her first 3 years at PS 347, but unfortunately and sadly, she's losing her ability to sign because the school cannot provide enough ASL proficient teachers for all grades. Can you imagine if all the kids could speak the same language? They could make friends in a more natural way, let's say during recess or at lunch, talking about what kids talk, without the need of someone to be there to interpret it for them. And the same goes for working in teams or interacting with deaf family members of their friends. I think that will open many very strong relationships inside the school. And I'm very hopeful that our school will become fully dual language school very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. I think we have Jesus Torres as well looking to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Anna's husband, and I'm the parent of a rising fifth grader child with deaf peers, like she mentioned. And my daughter loves this school. I think several people have already mentioned how important it is to know ASL for this community, to be able to seamlessly communicate in the classroom and at home. I just want to highlight other benefits of learning a second language like ASL, and that is the opportunity to connect deeply with another culture, for example, deaf culture, and gain new perspectives. And also the fact that being proficient in ASL is actually a unique job skill. And it has many other important advantages for the cognitive development of our kids. If you know a second language, your thinking is deeper, your memory is increased, you have improved creativity, enhanced concentration, better decision-making skills, and increased ability to switch between tasks. Your body language skills are also better, and you spell better. And like another parent mentioned, it actually empowers you to help others. So it gives you an avenue for your empathy. And even in your old age, knowing a second language has benefits because it can be protective against diseases like dementia and Alzheimer. I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to see my daughter communicate with her peers at the school, regardless of whether they can hear or not. And I'm looking forward for that ability to be maintained and enhanced so that everybody freely communicates with each other. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Jesus. So let us now double check our speaker list. Ushma, do you have any other signups related to that have indicated they're related to 347?
Not that I can see. If anybody would please raise their
we can
hand.
do a hand raise on the Zoom screen if there are any. Oh, I see Maggie Smith. Okay.
Hello. Hi, my name is Maggie, and thank you guys so much, first of all, for just offering this platform. It's wonderful to have an opportunity to share what our stories are. And we have a son who's 6 years old at the school, and we also have a daughter who's 2, who's deaf, and who's currently in the process of transitioning out of early intervention into the DOE program. We are, as a hearing family, you know, we have been trying to learn and become fluent in ASL, but that clearly it takes time, and we've been so grateful and blessed to have found the school where there are role models, there are peers for our son to learn from. And, you know, because of that, he has just flourished, and it's really incredible to see the relationship between our son and daughter, that there isn't a lapse at any point. The communication continues. And, you know, I think looking at the school, like, it doesn't matter the modality or spoken home language, there is such a commonality that for the students in the school, in order for them to have, you know, the fullest success, meaning not just educationally, but socially, emotionally, familially, it's so important that both languages are continually developing with them through their education. You know, languages is an ongoing thing, and so having snippets of it and then not having access to continue, even for us, like learning we feel that. And so, you know, I think as a family, we really support this dual language resolution. It is vital, I think, also to have that to help support the school in doing what they're trying to do, and to keep that continuity going through every classroom, every grade. So thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I see another hand raised, Marifer Torres.
So I just wanted to say that I think PS347 should be a bilingual dual language school, because there are like kids, so many coders and deaf people and kids who are hard of hearing there, that I think it's important that we learn sign language so we can communicate with each other, like our friends and our teachers. Like, for example, one of my best friends is deaf, and sometimes I find it hard to talk to him because I don't know a lot of ASL words, because they don't really teach us in sign language or teach us sign language. So it's hard for me to talk to him, and that's kind of sad, because now I feel like I can't communicate to him. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marifer. We love to hear from students. It's a really wonderful perspective to have at our meeting. So thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to do another check for raised hands to see, and I think I do not see any. Well, Marifer, that was a wonderful voice to close this chapter on our public speaking session. I will say that since we're doing something a little bit out of the ordinary, with having introduced this resolution prior to this public speaking session, I see Harvey has a hand up. Harvey, can you give me one moment? I just want to suggest that, I wish it was quieter, but it's not. I want to suggest that if it's okay, traditionally, and I think because our bylaws require that we take a vote on resolutions after the second public session, but I'm wondering if our council members, if we can take a brief pause in our public speaking session and do a vote. It may be a symbolic vote, but it will let folks know how we're going to vote on this resolution, and then we could do a formal vote after the second public speaking session, which is required by our bylaws. But since that, as we all know, will be many hours from now, I think it would be respectful to take that vote now if there were no objections to it among council members. So I'm going to propose that we do that. If that's okay with folks, I will say that I make a motion to pass.
Excuse me, are we going to discuss this at all before we even have the
Yes,
symbolic
absolutely.
vote?
That is entirely appropriate, Tom. Yes, are there any council members that would like to make a comment with regard to, this is just a pause in our public speaking session because we are going to get to the public speaking session, Tom, and we can even discuss it. But if there's something you want to say prior to voting, then.
No, I mean, I just had a few questions before voting. Is that fair? Or I could wait until after the public speaking session, whatever you prefer.
I just didn't want to have the member, if there are any other members who are prepared to vote on this resolution without having any questions, I just wanted to let folks know if this was likely to pass.
I'm confused. We're not going to discuss this before we vote?
Tom, if you have a question, please ask it now.
Sure. Have we looked into the cost of this program? It seems like a wonderful program, and I'm hugely supportive of it. I'm just wondering if there is any additional cost or if there's not, just because of the budget crisis that we're in. I'm curious.
Dual language programs traditionally do not receive extra funding. It's one of the issues that has come up repeatedly in our multilingual committee meetings because teachers wind up sometimes having to expend additional funds to translate materials in our Chinese and Spanish dual language programs. So it does not cost extra money. Although it should receive extra money, it does not, dual language programs. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have one more. Will they get additional Title I funding with this program? Is that possible?
As far as I understand, Title I funding, this is not related. Title I funding is a socioeconomic index.
Okay, so it's just it is by coincidence that it's in the resolution. It says it's funded by Title I funding, so that has nothing to do with the status of dual language. Just to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Do any other CEC members have any questions? Then if there are no objections, I'm going to move that we vote at this time on this resolution. We can take an additional formal vote after the second public speaking session. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Shino will second that. And Vincent, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. So the vote on the matter of signaling your intent to support this resolution. Robin Broshi. How do you vote?
Let's skip Robin and go to Eric.
Eric Goldberg, how do you think you'll vote?
Yes.
There was a principal discretionary which we want to lead to talk to Brady.
Emily Hellstrom, how do you plan to vote?
I plan to vote yes.
Okay. I plan to vote yes. Edward Irizarry, how do you think?
I plan to vote yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Edward. Mark?
Yes, I will intend to vote yes.
Okay, and Ben Morden?
Yes.
Neil?
I intend to vote yes.
Okay, Leonard Silverman?
Yes.
Sheena Tanakawa?
Yes.
And Tom Rockridge?
Yes, I'm trying to sign it. Yes.
Okay.
And I'm here, by the way. I had trouble with my microphone.
Okay, we're taking an intentional vote.
Yeah. Yes, I got that. Yes.
Okay.
Great. So 10 to pass it, 11-0.
Yes, 11-0 will be the vote. We will take a formal vote after our second public session towards the end of this meeting, which is required by our bylaws. But we now know we will pass this resolution, and I will As I discussed with Stacy, this is a wonderful place to start the advocacy, because now with that resolution, we are going to continue, the CEC will continue to support PS 347. And as I shared with Stacy, I had already reached out to the office, the multilingual learner office in the Department of Education, which has supported many of the dual language schools, the formation of dual language schools, as well as providing support for already existing dual language schools. And we are going to meet with them very shortly and present them this resolution and continue this conversation about how to best support PS 347. An enormous thank you to the parents and the teachers and principal of 347, all of whom joined us tonight, as well as a very, very big thank you to the interpreters who allowed us to have this conversation this evening. I appreciate all of your efforts and your work. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. This is a public meeting. Everyone's welcome to stay and hear our hours and hours of conversation about other issues, but I will not blame anybody if you decide that you might sign off a little bit early. And I will be in communication with Stacy later this week. Thank you all so much. Okay, now Ushma, let us go back to our public speaking session.
I believe
Okay?
Harvey Epstein and then Janine Kiley are our next two speakers.
Great. Harvey, thank you for waiting.
Oh, thank you, Maud, and thank you for letting me speak. I just, want to welcome everyone. Happy September, and luckily for us that we will have a few more days before school starts for those families who are doing all remote learning, or families who are sending their kids back to school in a hybrid model.
Harvey,
it's really,
Harvey, I'm going to interrupt one quick moment. Do you want to say who you are as our assembly member for folks who may not know? Did we lose you, Harvey?
No, I got muted for.
Harvey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get unmuted, but it's
you
hard.
are unmuted. I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I just you're not, because we're highlighting the sign language interpreter, so folks might not see you. So you are the assembly member for
the 74th Assembly
District.
East side of Manhattan.
Yes.
For folks who live on the east side. And so, Maud, I just thank you for having this meeting, and I know we're all anxious about the start of school. I and a lot of other parents have real deep concerns about people going back into buildings, and I know the borough president's been pushing for more outside learning, outside education, something I've been supporting. I live in District 1, even though I represent District 1 and District 2, and I know the parents in District 1, have some real deep concerns around the safety of the teachers and the families, and we've heard, and I've been involved in multiple Zooms and conversations and rallies around this. So, as we all move towards the 16th and then the 21st, I think we all have to be thoughtful about public health and public safety. And the biggest obstacle that I see is facing all of New York is the proposed budget cuts. We now know that the governor's proposed $5 billion in cuts, and that would mean $2 billion in cuts in New York City alone, which would result in at least 9,000 teachers being laid off. So I feel like I'm a broken record here, but without federal money or without new sources of revenue from the state, we're going to see a deeply depleted school system. So as we are getting ready to go back to school, I think the message that I hope that you'll walk away with is we're still in really difficult times. The budget's really in difficult times. The city and the state is struggling. It's going to require all of us to kick in a little more. It means calling your city, state, and federal representatives and telling them that we need new revenue. We need federal dollars. The state needs to come up with new revenue sources. we need to allow potentially the city to do some borrowing, because that will hopefully result in not laying off 22,000 at least city workers on top of the potentially 10,000 additional teachers. You know, I know my son's school, we had a call the other day, a Zoom with the principal, and 40% of their teachers aren't coming back. So their in-person learning doesn't exist. It's non-existent. And I think schools like that are, you know, which is in District 2, are struggling deeply. So if we do not get revenue, I'm not sure what the rest of the school year looks like. And I know the hybrid learning model will go out the window and it'll all be remote. So if the one thing that people could do tomorrow would be call the governor, say we need new revenue, call your congressional leaders saying we need new revenue, and call all your state members and say, hey, we need to get out of this, and revenue is the only answer. And so I'm a broken record here, but I want to make sure we're all screaming it from the rooftops. Thank you for all you do. CEC or all volunteers work really under difficult circumstances. I know there's a lot going on for everyone. And if you have any questions, you can always reach out to me or my office about all the issues that we're involved in around education, as well as a host of other things we are deeply involved in. Thank you, Maud.
Thank you. Janine Kiley, you are...
I have a point of order question. Are we allowed to ask questions of our guests, the assembly members?
No, we're going to go through all the rest of the public speaking session.
Okay.
Janine, I believe you're unmuted.
Okay. Hi, my name is Janine Kiley. I chair the Schools and Education Committee for Community Board 2, and I'm a district leader downtown. I am speaking for myself. I want to say I want to support the Science of Reading resolution. We heard at the very beginning from universal literacy or ULIT teachers and experts about the effectiveness of structured literacy instruction for all students. Our teachers and school leaders are amazing, but I support giving them the professional development and the curriculum that they need to be most effective for all of our children. I also want to support the resolution to open middle school and high school admissions to all District 1 and District 2 students, ending the 50+ year carve out of our East Village and Lower East Side neighbors. As you can see, if you can, from the screen behind me, which is a map of CEC District 1 overlaid over the 1935-40 red line map, CEC D1 was created from an entirely red line neighborhood, and this is based on the Homeowners Loan Corporation risk map from 1935-40. We should not carve out our neighbors from attending the same schools as our children, and if combined, District 1 students would account for about 18% of 6th grade students. As a parent with a child who's going to enter high school in a few years, I am comfortable sharing the riches of District 2. And thank you.
Next is Lupe Hernandez.
Okay, sorry. I kept getting messages that the host would not allow me to unmute. My name is Lupe Hernandez. I'm a parent of a child with special needs at PS 234, which is a District 2 school. And I'm here to, first I would like to thank all the CEC D2 members, and Donalda and Jennifer Greenblatt. You both have been a great help to me in the past and currently with my son's needs. And I do appreciate the current bylaws of code of conduct that are actually being implemented, as they are much needed. And I wanted to talk to you guys today about, one, my support for the science of literacy. I think it's really important, especially echoing what Harvey had said in regards to the school budget cuts. I think it's really important that we support some of our most vulnerable children. Special education has been kind of left at the bottom of the list when it comes to the fall coming into school and how our children with special needs are going to be made as far as availability of what their needs are going to be this coming fall. We still really don't have a bus contract for a lot of our children. And I think it's really important that everyone does call your local and state Congress and government officials, representatives, to remind them that we do need this funding. And the science of literacy is going to be an extremely, it was important prior to COVID, but now with this setback, it's going to be even more imperative that children like my son, who is now entering the 2nd grade, who was behind coming in to kindergarten and 1st grade, and now 2nd grade, even more behind, that there is curriculum to help children, whether he gets in on that mark or it's future children that are able to take advantage of that. I also support the resolution in regards to opening up middle and high school students to both District 1. And I echo exactly what Janine had said, sharing the riches with amongst a red line area, which has been part of a systematic institutionalized racism that has affected a lot of people of color, of low income and disenfranchised children, will help. I think now more than ever, we really need to come together and help our communities and help those that are at great risk and much need. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next is Cara Hecker.
Hi, everyone. I am the SETS teacher and special education coordinator at PS 281. I am trained in a research-based intervention program called Preventing Academic Failure, also known as PIF. This is a multi-sensory Orton-Gillingham-based reading intervention program that is explicit and sequential. Through a process known as data-based individualization, or DBI, my school assesses students in their early reading skill abilities, provide them with targeted instruction, and progress monitor the students using research-based reading measures to ensure they're making growth. For example, last year, including during remote learning, I collaborated with a special education teacher to provide a student with research-based intervention programs, Hegarty, which targets phonological awareness, and Preventing Academic Failure, or PIF, which targets phonics. Through multisensory, explicit, sequential, and targeted instruction, this student went from being unable to identify short vowel sounds to reading connected text with blends. This coming year, my school will be screening all kindergarten through 2nd grade students so we can identify students who may be struggling with reading and collaborate with each other to plan how we will provide research-based intervention strategies to ensure growth. I am excited to be a part of this amazing and important work happening in District 2, and I look forward to continuing to help students become better readers. Thank you.
Okay, next is Debbie Meyer.
Hi, thank you. I am also talking in support of the resolution for the science of reading. I'm the parent of a dyslexic kid, but really I'm the parent of a kid who had a teaching staff with a teaching disability, because when he switched schools to a school with PIF, he learned how to read. The literacy crisis affects all students equally, but it does not affect them equitably. The way students learn to read is not related to intelligence or natural like speech. The broad instruction available in our school reaches only 40% of readers. 60% of students need more direct instruction based on the science of reading. And that is rarely offered in our K-3 classrooms and would benefit all students. A subset of these students has dyslexia and needs repeated direct instruction. Students who are not properly taught to read often read less and learn less. Those who are not taught to read, even those who are highly intelligent, often disconnect from school. Families with resources can compensate for poor instruction within or outside the school system with tutoring and enrichment. Their children will often find a pathway to higher education and a career. Since reading acquisition is a neurobiological process and hereditary, dyslexia runs in family, as does easy literacy acquisition, and the Matthew effect runs both ways. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Those that can read learn more, those that cannot read learn less. For low-income students who do not learn to read, the high school dropout rates are extremely high, leaving them with limited options. One feature of good direct instruction programs is that they are diagnostic and prescriptive. Teachers will be able to see what skills a student is missing and remedy that. An instructional leader will see what skills a teacher may be missing and remedy that. Balanced literacy, so popular in our school, does not provide such feedback. I do hope this resolution passes and hope to see District 2 doing even better in literacy work. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump in after Debbie to give an announcement that I didn't give at the beginning of our public speaking session. We do have a time limit for our public speakers because our first speaking session went very long. Although we normally do 2 minutes, we're going to go down to 1 minute for now. We have a second public speaking session that folks may also speak at. You may speak at both. And another thing that we generally do is let folks know. You can give what school your child goes to, or just state that you're a District 2 parent if you are a District 2 parent at the beginning of your speech. So with that, we'll go on to the next. Please identify if you're a District 2 parent, and please keep your remarks to 60 seconds or less.
Jessica Sullum is the next person.
Hi, everyone. I am a District 2 parent. First, I would like to thank Maud Marin for all of her hard work representing District 2 parents and students. I think your initiative on improving all schools from bottom up is the exact right approach and extremely commendable. Your goal of having enough quality District 2 seats for both middle and high school District 2 students is a goal we should all be working towards. On the other hand, I have to say I'm extremely disheartened by how certain members of the CEC District 2 Council seem to be doing the exact opposite of what Maud and others are trying to accomplish. The whole point of having district or neighborhood schools is so that every family in that district that wishes to send their child to that school is able to. Proposing that District 1 students have the same chances of being admitted to District 2 schools is completely counterintuitive to me. Each district should have its own district priority seats for that district. Council members in District 2 should be trying to add seats for its members, not take them away. The whole point of CEC District 2 is that you are supposed to represent us and our children to maximize our children's ability to obtain the best education possible within our district. If you want to fight for other districts, then please do not say you are representing District 2. With everything being potentially taken away from our 5th and 8th graders, screens, grades, test scores, attendance, why would you also take away spots from District 2 schools that our students deserve to have? It seems this resolution was kind of thrown in there without much time for parents to really digest what's going on and what the nature of it is saying. Thank you very much.
Next is Ursula Abbott Connolly.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ursula Abbott Connolly. I was a District 2 parent for 10 years. I recently moved to District 3. I'm also a member of the Rise Literacy Committee and Dyslexia Plus Task Force. I support anything that supports the science of reading. I wish someone had told me as a parent when my children first started going to school that they are not being taught the way we were taught as children, that there's not the same structure, there's not the same phonics base, there's not the reiteration, the explicit teaching that we received as children. It is a much bigger, broader brush that many children fall between the cracks of. I'm the parent of 3 children, 2 of which are dyslexic. But what I am seeing, what I've seen over the years, is that many children don't have a learning disability, they have a curriculum disability. I can't think of anything else we would do that would not bring every child with us. The science of reading brings every child up and doesn't let these kids fall through the cracks. And another result that is happening because of this curriculum disability is that children are being over-referred to special education, which is sometimes a bigger hill to climb. And that can cost us millions of dollars from our education budget. So it is my wish that every school would recognize the science of reading and bring every child with them that they possibly can. So I'm in full support of this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Alexis Kerkes. I hope I did not butcher your name.
Hi, everyone. As a District 2 school administrator, we are committed to continuing the early literacy and academic intervention work that we've been engaging in over the last year. We've seen growth in our students as a result of this work and see tremendous value in continuing to support our students in this way. Through this work, we screened both in person and then virtually once schools were closed, all of our students in kindergarten through 2nd grade to identify any potential areas of early literacy development that we needed to bolster in our curriculum. Additionally, we were able to provide targeted data-based interventions to our most struggling 3rd and 4th grade students and chart their growth with the use of progress monitoring tools. The implementation of these interventions and the frequent progress monitoring that was conducted supported further instructional decisions for our students. We're incredibly grateful for the support and resources that the district, as well as the AIS department, have been able to provide in terms of materials and staff development, and hope to be able to continue working with them in the future. We'd be very grateful for the support of the CEC as we continue these initiatives. Thank you.
Next is Dimple Vakaria.
Yep. Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Dimple Vakaria. I'm a special education teacher in District 2 at PS3. I've taught at PS3 since 2008. In the last 2 years, with the support and the opportunities provided by the superintendent and my principal, Hillary Casado, I've learned and grown tremendously as a special education teacher and reading interventionist, specifically in the science of reading. And I'm really grateful for these opportunities. So thank you. Through the district's literacy work these past 2 years, I've been trained to implement Acadians, which is a reading screener. And I have used SPIRE, which is an intensive structured explicit reading program to support students that are struggling with reading. In the past school year, alongside with teachers within my school building and the universal literacy coaches and the support of the superintendent's team, we were able to administer the Acadian screener with K to 2nd grade students. We use this data to inform our instruction and also see which students required additional support. I provided at-risk support for students using SPIRE, and unfortunately we did have to go remote. While remote was not ideal, the rapport I built with students prior to remote made it very effective, and students were aware of the different, the structure and routine. Through remote learning, I was able to support students in making growth in their reading using a program that was very structured, where I could provide corrective feedback, and students were able to become aware of their own progress through progress monitoring that I was doing. While in person and remotely, teachers observed me while instructing using SPIRE while I was, and through this, teachers were able to see how this program can help students. In addition to administering Acadians and implementing SPIRE, our school also focused on data-based individualizations to see how we can look at data to see if our instruction needed to change, our group site needed to change, or intervention needed to change. And these conversations really worked with collaborating with other individuals at our school and also within the district. Overall, students have made growth in the past 2 years that I've been working with them, and I've worked with many different students, either gen ed, special ed, Brown, Black, all of them. And I feel like this program and the reading of science is so important for teachers to really have the opportunity to get trained in and also just learn about. So thank you again for providing that opportunity to me, and I hope that other teachers have that amazing opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matthew Chook, and we respect and love all of our teachers, our students, our parents. Try to keep to 2 minutes or less, please. Shino Tanakawa will give you a little sign when your time is coming up.
It's
Will
1
do.
minute.
I'll keep it short. Matthew Chook, parent of 2 students in District 2 schools currently. And I actually just wanted to echo the previous speaker, Jessica Sullum's statement, who articulated my thoughts beautifully and perfectly. I could not agree more with every single thing she said. This is regarding the resolution number 153. And further, I'd actually like to just expand on her last comment, which is that it does seem like this resolution was kind of jammed in pretty quickly. This is the day after Labor Day weekend, a holiday weekend, and I'm just surprised that you haven't given the public, specifically District 2 families, more opportunity to discuss this resolution, as it has significant impact for many, many, many years to come. So being that, I'm just shocked that you wouldn't actually give this a little bit more time. I strongly urge the CEC to postpone this resolution until at least the October meeting, if not further down the road, when there's a little bit more opportunity for District 2 families to digest it. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. RG, Rachel Gloob, you are unmuted.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I'm reading from my screen. I am in support of Resolution 155, the Science of Reading curriculum in District 2 schools. My children have graduated from elementary school, but they really would have benefited from this curriculum. What resources are available for students in middle school or high school who may need help with reading, but who do not qualify for SETs or special ed? What do those families do? How do we make information available to them? Regarding Resolution 153, thank you to the authors for bringing this issue of some District 2 students going to District 1 middle schools and District 1 elementary school students going to District 2 middle schools to light. While overall I support efforts to bring equity and diversity to our New York City schools, my initial reaction is to think about our neighbors north of us in District 3. Couldn't a similar argument be made for allowing more cross-pollination within those middle schools and high schools? I'm also concerned about anecdotal evidence of insufficient PPE for teachers in District 2 schools. How much are they getting? Or if PTA budgets are not large enough to provide ample PPE for teachers and staff, that is in the case if there's not enough for the school and the PTA is trying to supplement, what are there community-based solutions to help our teachers have enough PPE? Finally, in 1989, right before a basketball game, the head coach of Georgetown University, the late John Thompson, walked off the court in protest of new regulations that would deprive financial aid to Black students who did not meet a cutoff for the SAT. The coach said it discriminated against students in disadvantaged high schools. His actions led to the NCAA to ultimately modify the rule. Let's remember the actions of this leader, the late John Thompson. He passed away last week, as we begin another year of assigning value to 10-year-old children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kaushik Das.
Sorry, I yield my time at this moment. I'm on another call as well. Apologies.
Okay. Next, let's see. Kathy Brown.
Hi, I am Kathy Brown and I am a District 2 special education teacher at Ella Baker. I'm here to talk about the science of reading and the training that we've been getting this past year. So I came prior to this year from a charter school where we were implementing systematic and explicit phonics instruction. I think it's extremely important. I was excited to be a part of the initiative last year where the data-based individualization and the training on Acadience was given. It's exciting that it's happening and that it's something that we can build out at our schools and definitely something that we could use more support with. Through this work, we were able to start to build out more instruction that was data informed. We were testing our students to figure out what their needs were and then providing feedback that was more responsive to those specific needs through phonics and guided reading instruction. And we were also able to look at the programming that we had in place. We reevaluated the word work programming that we had in order to put in place this year and last year more systematic and explicit phonics instruction. Thank you.
Okay, the last person that I have signed up for the first public speaking session is Joshua Satin, who is unmuted. If there's anyone else that wants to sign up, please use the Google form to sign up for our second public speaking session, because otherwise Mr. Satin is our last speaker.
Hi, how are you? My name is Joshua Satin. I'm the principal of the Ella Baker School, and I'm here today in support of the resolution for the science of literacy. I agree with all of the speakers and everything that it does. Another piece that people didn't mention was just the opportunity for professional development throughout District 2 with the support of Donalda, Marianne, and then the team over at AIS, Jason, who we heard from last time, and Lewis and Kelly and Janine, and you just heard from Kathy, our wonderful SETS teacher over at Ella Baker. But it really helped us look at our reading practices and other schools as well. And I think that this resolution should move forward. Thank you for your support.
That's it for people who have signed up to speak.
That appears to be it for our first public speaking session. Thank you, everyone. Okay. hold on one moment. There's a lot to cover. I am going to not give a president's report right now. What I am going to do instead, in the interest of time, because it's already 8 o'clock, is mention that we do have Iris Gersten here with us, who can speak to if any council members have any questions with regard to the students in temporary housing resolution, as well as folks from facilities. I saw, oh, I just had his name and I apologize for not having it, but we do have folks from facilities. So bear that in mind. We can go to those folks after the report from the superintendent, but I would like now to go to the report of the superintendent, who I believe, Superintendent Chumney, you can unmute yourself if you are ready to give your report.
Hey everybody, I am ready. Wow, it's so nice to see all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, especially teachers, school leaders, and other folks who are working in schools. Iris, thank you for being here. Deputy directors of facilities who are on the call to answer safety questions, thank you for being here. Parents, students, I'm thrilled to see all of you. We are back in action. It's so exciting. This is a new school year. And you know, a colleague told me the other day, we're allowed to have a great year. So I know that that sounds nuts. Like, you know, the media is not really out there telling us that we are, but we are allowed to have a great year. And that's something that I have as an aspiration and also a sense of permission, which is pretty cool because times are tough. I've been to 12 schools so far. You know, our school leaders were back officially in the building last Monday. So at many of those schools that I've been to, there have been food lines that have stretched around the block in the mid-afternoon. And our city is struggling. I know that you all know this. Today, just in Manhattan, it just felt like it felt like a ghost town. It was really easy to get around because it just seemed like there were so few people in the city. And I know that you all are experiencing that too. It feels very strange. I think it's really tough. People are really stressed to the max, and we are here to support you in every possible way. And our school leaders and teachers are working so hard to make sure that they're ready to welcome kids and that we are going to give them the absolute best that we have to offer, whether that's in person, remotely, or a hybrid approach to that. And we want to be back with kids as soon as possible full time. And so we're all working together to stay safe, sanitized, and just completely collaborating towards that goal. And so thank you for all of your support and partnership, those of you that are on reopening committees or have donated your time throughout the summer to do that work. Only a few more days until school begins for students, and we cannot wait to see them. I want to send a special thank you to the members of the MS 347 community this evening. I think there are still people on the call. Thank you for being here and for sharing about your community and the experiences that you've had as deaf or hard of hearing people, or as parents of deaf or hard of hearing children, or your children's experiences as deaf or hard of hearing students, or just as children of deaf adults. This resolution is close to my heart because I grew up with a deaf uncle, and he's no longer with us. But as a child, my uncle attended a school for the deaf, and he led a long, rich, full life, and he had lots of friends and loved ones. Yet at family gatherings, our family struggled to communicate with him. And it was always something that gave me a lot of pain and awkwardness because there's an intimate distance with a family member that you have difficulty getting to know or seeing. You're next to them physically, but it's difficult to talk. And I think that, you know, for this reason and so many others, we owe it to our students and particularly the community of the school to do everything that we can to make sure that this resolution passes and is enacted and has the full support of our system. And so I thank everyone who's been a part of that. I also want to share some condolences to the family and colleagues and students of PS-MS 347, that same community. Their teacher, Steve Younger, passed away a little over a week ago. And Steve was a member of that 347 community for the past 23 years. Throughout his career, he taught deaf education classes, integrated co-teaching. Most recently, he taught elementary science, American Sign Language, and pre-K movement. And in the words of Principal David Thacker Bowl, who was on the call earlier tonight, Steve was everywhere. He gave 100% at all times. He was well respected by his colleagues and deeply adored by students of all ages. Steve will be profoundly missed by everyone whose lives he touched. And so we are sad that Steve is no longer with us. He was a big part of the PS 347 community. And I send my condolences to that community tonight. I'm so sorry for Steve's loss. I want to share a little bit about the work of our district in early reading. And I'm going to attempt to do a magic trick where I share my screen. I want it to work. If it doesn't, please don't judge me. We've maybe all been in the same situation before. I put together a little PowerPoint, which I have never given to you before, I don't think, on the science of reading. And specifically reading and writing in District 2. Just a bit of historical context and some facts about the work that we're doing here in our district over the past, couple of decades, or more than a couple of decades, but especially in the past 2 years. So many of you know these facts or have been an intimate part of this work. We have the highest performing district in New York City for English language arts. 74.8% of our students demonstrate a score at proficiency on the ELA exam from New York State or score at an advanced level of proficiency. Typically, we know that curricular programs work when they achieve about between a 70 to 80% foundational sort of tier 1 success rate. And anything after that tier 1 success, we know that we need to supplement with some intervention programs. We lead all districts in New York City and ELA. The citywide average, just for context, was 47.4% last year, and the state average was 45.4%. The district that scores the second highest in the city next to us, which is District 26 in Queens, had a proficiency rate of 2 points under ours, which was 72.8. We have achieved this distinction since 2015. Superintendent LeBoy, my predecessor, did an enormous amount of work in this area. And for the data that is publicly accessible, we have increased students' proficiency every year for which there are accessible records, meaning that we are always on a path of constant improvement, especially in literacy. We've been known for our literacy work for a very long time. Most recently, in the transition to Common Core, we've improved about 16 percentage points in ELA. But our literacy journey really began in 1987 when Superintendent Anthony Alvarado took on leadership of our district after serving as chancellor. And there were people coming from all over the country and all over the world, including people from all over the city, who were compensating schools and paying for access to see how we taught reading and writing to kids. And so much of what we do is based on an approach called balanced literacy. But that is not the full extent to which we serve students. We know that we have a foundational approach, and we also have a multi-tiered system of supports for kids who need more from us and a foundational curriculum can offer. And so we have a rigorous standard of practice around teaching literacy, and we have very frequently monitored benchmarks of 6 to 8 week intervals where we assess kids' reading. So at this point in our district, every elementary school has a foundational multi-sensory instructional program in place to teach kids about phonics, phonemic awareness, and to help them develop fluency in reading. Many schools have more than one foundational multi-sensory reading program in place. And as we monitor data for K-2, grades K-2, I think that I'm getting some interference, and that's okay. But if the person notices that I'm talking and you also hear your, please mute yourself. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to find who that is.
Needle in a haystack, and it's all good. The early reading focus that we've really dived into has been in the past, 18 months to 2 years. It will continue to be a focus this year. So we've had 12 schools implementing universal screeners, diagnostic assessments, and 12 schools piloting data-based individualization, the type of practices that you all heard the universal literacy coaches, teachers, and principals speaking about earlier on this call. We are the first district in New York City to adopt these universal screeners across schools. And by the end of this school year, 2020-21, we will have this universal screening practice in place in all our elementary schools. We also have screeners in place at the middle grades level for students who exhibit reading challenges, kids who aren't reading on grade level, to be able to address their needs in other types of evidence-informed programs like Wilson reading systems, for example. We are the first and only district in our city, thanks to the partnership that we have with our academic intervention team and our own teacher development and evaluation coach, Kelly Licata, who may still be on this call. Thank you so much, Kelly, for all that you do to organize our work in this area, to have principals and teachers work directly with nationally known folks like Dr. Devin Kearns at the University of Connecticut. So Dr. Kearns met with teachers and principals on a monthly basis, but conducted seminars in person, visited schools with us, led us in data analysis sessions, and we did a lot of intervisitation with one another across schools, learning how to do this work really, really well. And I think that we learned from the best. And as you can hear from the folks on the call, teachers learned a lot. It really opened our eyes to a lot of ways to really reach kids that we hadn't known about previously. And the work is very encouraging. We sent more teachers and school leaders to training for evidence-informed reading intervention programs this school year than in any year prior. And two of those programs are the Writing Revolution, which is created by Dr. Judith Hochman, formerly known as Teaching Basic Writing Skills, and the Haggerty Phonemic Awareness Program. We had 4 universal literacy coaches last year. You heard from them on this call. At this point, due to funding and a bunch of other systemic factors, we will have 3 universal literacy coaches for our schools next year. Each coach can take on a caseload of about 30 teachers at a time, and that includes in-classroom modeling and partnering with the principal to monitor school-level intervention program data. If we could have more universal literacy coaches, we would see a world of good for all of our students, especially around implementing these practices. And so we strategically assign and direct coaches to build programs of schools that we notice that there's a disproportionate achievement effect, or we notice that teachers really need the support to implement these practices in a foundational or continuing way. They've done an extraordinary job. And I'm tremendously grateful to them for their support and partnership. And so just a few results. You've already heard about these a lot, but they bear repeating that our recommendations for retention, meaning holding students over in grades K to 2 this year, were cut in half. Suspensions decreased by about 33% in an April year-over-year comparison. So that's pre-COVID data. IEP referrals also decreased by more than 200 students district-wide. And that's just with implementing in 12 schools. So across, fewer than 32 elementary schools that we have total, and then putting programs in middle grades in place, we've demonstrated a lot of efficacy with these specific interventions, and look forward to having something that really could be a citywide or even a national model for how to make sure that every child achieves reading proficiency by grade 2. And that we don't always see differences in learning to read as deficits, which is one of my fundamental goals. Kids have learning differences that are often captured by our larger sort of thinking or culture as deficits, but they are indeed are not deficits. They are differences that enrich everything about the way that we live and interrelate with one another. Finally, I wanted to talk just a little bit, because I haven't mentioned this in our report before, but I just want you to be aware that Amira is a reading assistant. It's a virtual reading assistant that does a dyslexia screening. It records kids, it gives verbal feedback, it listens closely to what the way that they're sounding out their phonemes, and it assesses their progress. It reports back to teachers. Kelly, our teacher development and evaluation coach, worked with a company in New York City during COVID to make sure that all of our elementary students have access in grades K-2 to this phonemic support program. And there were over 6,000 phonics sessions conducted by District 2 students individually logging in between the end of the school year at the end of June through this past week. And so we know that kids are getting a lot of support that is virtual and also that is grounded in evidence. And there are lots of tools at our disposal. A lot of people, since we've articulated that this is a major goal for our district, making sure that there are no students scoring level 1 for their ELA by 2023. Many people have come forward as partners wanting to offer their services and wanting to support us with that. So one of the examples of that, we previously worked this out with Pace University, but Community Board 4, thank you, Josephine, I saw you on the call earlier. I hope you're still here to hear the shout out. Approached us about working additionally with Teachers College and the SUNY schools for all of our student teachers and cooperating teachers district-wide who will be trained on these data-based individualization methods, including specific evidence-informed interventions like preventing academic failure, PAF, or the Hegarty phonemic awareness model that we use specifically with small groups of students where the tier 1 foundational instruction for literacy doesn't work as well as we would like. And so these student teachers will get the experience professional development wise of working with small groups of students, being assigned to them, really taking a kid through a reading journey that is very successful and effective. And they'll be able to carry that forward with them into their practice, whether they end up having a job in our district as a new teacher, or whether they end up wherever they start their teaching career. In addition, our cooperating teachers in District 2 who support those teachers and host them in their classrooms will have the benefit of coming to know those methods as well. And so this is approximately, we're talking about 150 student teachers and 150 cooperating teachers, which is a pretty sizable effort to take on this year. We're really grateful for Community Board 4 support and for the support of all folks who are with us on this reading and writing journey. I'm going to stop sharing now. Okay, that was a lot. Mostly I just wanted you all to know the types of varied work we have underway with this reading access and reading proficiency is very much an equity issue. We know that about 15% of kids universally in any given population are going to struggle to learn to read due to language-based learning disabilities. It's a pretty isolating way to have one's brain function. It's an isolating thing for kids in class. It's an isolating thing for families. It's hurtful when we can't serve kids to the fullest extent in their community school setting, and we try to get them other supports, and kids really develop a self-concept early on of whether or not they are good enough and smart enough and ready enough and strong enough to meet the future. And we have to do everything that we can as educators to develop the capacity to make sure that they are confident and affirmed and are aware of the power of their own minds. And so I really appreciate this council, specifically Emily, Janine, Patricia, all of the folks who have been so integral to pushing this sort of language-based learning disability. They prefer that I say dyslexia work forward, no problem. You can have the word. And we're making progress, and I'm very excited about it. And I think that, we have a shot at 100%, which is a really, it's within sight. We can practically grab it. And so that feels nice. It feels tangible. Thank you for that. Finally, I don't want to keep talking because I could, and I won't, but I won't. I want to share that our next, we're still waiting to hear from the state regarding our New York State Integration Project grant, our phase 3 application. So our next session for community engagement was supposed to happen the day before school begins. The day before school is now scheduled to begin due to the pushback date. And so I'm proposing that we please have the session in October. One, we'll know by then, I think, whether we're part of phase 3 and we can plan forward accordingly. And second, I just think it's a better time for everybody, given that kids are about to return to school. And so I look forward to that conversation. I want to open up my question time to all the DOE folks who are on the call who may need to share anything about facilities or students in temporary housing. If there are specific questions anyone has, I'm happy to answer them. You can email me. I'm sure that Ushma or even I could make a post-it and put my email address right on the screen. Some of you do that. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to seeing you again in person. We won't hug, but we will virtually high five in the school building, I'm hoping soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Chumney. I would like to make one quick announcement. Our fabulous OSLIS, our ASL interpreters, are going to be signing off at 8:30. I think we still have a few folks here. Of course, anyone is willing to, is welcome to stay and stay in this meeting, but our interpreters will be leaving us at 8:30. And I thank you again for all of your service. So with that announcement, if council members, if you have questions now for Superintendent Chumney or for folks, since we have folks from facilities here about, I know there's been some press reports about the readiness of ventilation systems in some of our schools, as well as from Iris Gersten, because we have a resolution coming up that concerns some issues regarding students in temporary housing. So council members, if you have any questions, Ushma does have a question. Okay.
So my question are for the people from facilities. Seen some rather disturbing images on Twitter that New York City teachers are posting about the windows and holding them open with binders for just a few inches and saying that that's what qualified as ventilation. Can you please share with us what the plan is for windows, how much they're supposed to be open, whether or not there's still sufficient air exchange? If they're only open 6 inches, what happens in the rain? Are air conditioning units going to be on? Will there be other air filtration systems? For those of us who have opted to send our children for in-person learning, we would love to be reassured by you about what is going to be in place.
Okay, I know we have Mark Hendricks here from facilities.
And Thomas Fenizzi as well.
So Mark, I see you. Can you unmute yourself, Mark? Why does it not give me the option? Oh, I see. Sorry, guys. Mark, we're going to go to you. Where are you?
Also unmuted T. Fenizzi if he is here.
All right.
And I hope that they were paying attention.
Oh, absolutely paying attention, yes.
Okay, we got a little echo. Who do we have?
Why?
Okay.
Hi, this is Tom.
Okay, Tom, you're on. You can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Ushma. I don't know you personally, but thank you for your questions, which were a lot. I could tell you on Friday afternoon, last Friday, we sent to our custodians the ventilation survey results from the School Construction Authority, and for them to start to look into what the issues are for each building. And that goes for also my colleague, Mark Hendricks in District 2 East. I have District 2 West. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Tom Fenizzi. I'm the Deputy Director of Facilities, District 2 West. Hi. So certain buildings were flagged to look at issues with ventilation. Most of it is minor. A lot of it we have captured in work orders from June, and we're plotting through making repairs. Each building will be updated by the end of this week, and perhaps made presentable to the public next Monday. I don't have dates yet, but we're working through that piece of it. Also, on top of that, there were 3 buildings that were closed in District 2, M620, M340, and M883. I'm giving you building codes, sorry. We're working through trying to get those buildings open, as they, from what we are aware of, after the SCA went in there today, they all passed. Okay, so those buildings will be open shortly. For I'm not going to sit here and explain the tissue paper test. That's not my design. That came from the SCA. But we're here to take that information, extrapolate it, and work on repairs if needed, and or guide the SCA to where they might have missed or possibly missed some of the information on return air or supply air. With that said, that's about all I have at the moment. We're working through a lot of buildings with the goal to have everything up and running for the students to return on September 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I was at PS 340 today, and I arrived right after the larger inspection team from the School Construction Authority left. And my understanding is that folks are going to be welcomed back into the building tomorrow. That building is the only of the 3 that you listed in District 2 that is within Community School District 2. The others are high school sites. So PS 340 is a building that is only 6 years old. It's a gorgeous space. There have been CEC meetings there in the past, and you would know that you were there if you were physically present, because they're in the basement. Their convening space is in the basement. It's on 6th Avenue and 17th Street. And their HVAC system is designed in a way that is 100% inflow, 100% outflow for all of the classroom spaces. And so it does not permit or require for windows to be open in order to work effectively. There are 5 large spaces in the school that all rely on these MERV, M-E-R-V, have no idea what that stands for, filters. And those filters are now in place and fully functioning, so that if you all want to talk about the MERV filtration, that was a key part of making sure that the building was cleared for today. So thank you for your support on that. Tom, can you say a little bit about part of Ushma's question was about propping windows open. How far do windows have to be propped open in order to have a ventilation effect that is significant enough to keep us all safe?
Thanks, Nalda. There is a science behind opening up the windows to 6 inches or opening top windows all the way down per room, per how many students plus teacher in a room. If the room itself doesn't have mechanical ventilation, meaning supply air, return, or exhaust air. I can share that later. I don't have it at my right in front of me at the moment. There are some buildings like that in our portfolio, but I don't have that information in front of me at the moment.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that?
Absolutely.
Are you saying that propping a window up 6 inches is sufficient for ventilation in some cases?
I didn't say that. What I said was there's an engineer's calculation for the amount of window space open to ventilate a room, which might not have an a mechanical exhaust or mechanical supply in that space.
Okay,
Yes,
so
absolutely.
in the case of a window propped up 6 inches, would you say that is insufficient as ventilation?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is there is a calculation for that room, depending on how many windows there are, by the 6-inch rule. And also, that's for the lower sash in double hung window type rooms. If the room is a double hung window, we can certainly pull down the top sash and give you the 100% opening of that window on that day when students and teachers are in that space.
Okay. Would fans also be necessary to circulate air out those windows? I'm just curious the process here.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that. Very good question.
Okay.
I don't have an answer to that question at the moment. All I have at the moment is that buildings that don't have mechanical ventilation, whether it's exhaust or supply air, which there are some out there, they were built in the 1890s.
Right.
Can you comment on what's going to happen when the temperature dips below 50 degrees or when it starts snowing? And what the guidance might be?
Another good forecast of what's to come. And I don't have the information on that. I know our director, our CEO, John Shea, all the others are busy working on that. I've heard about screens for the windows in certain cases to put screens in, some type of a mesh screen to keep the window open.
So is there a database somewhere where parents could find this information? Or is it
I can
just
tell
not
you that the
publicly
ventilation survey has been sent to every principal.
Okay.
The ventilation survey by the School Construction Authority was sent to every principal, and it is online somewhere. I don't know the exact web address, but it's out there. I'm sure if you Google it, you'll find it for your school. Okay. They've all been informed by our Deputy Superintendent, Ursulina Ramirez, of what the results were from those surveys. And again, we're methodically plotting. Those surveys were done, by the way, between August 27th and September 1st. Okay. Before that and after that, we have been plotting through wherever we found issues with mechanical ventilation. Okay, and in most cases, we're confident that most rooms are ready September 21st. There may be a few off that might not meet that criteria, and certainly will not be used until they meet the criteria to be able to function as a classroom for the students and the teacher.
So I'm just thinking out loud here. Maybe if you could provide us that link, we could post it on our cecd2.net webpage, just so parents in our community can figure out which rooms are safe and which ones are not, according to your standards. Is that possible?
Absolutely, and I can send that to Donalda if she hasn't been sent that already. Again, the link was made available, I believe, yesterday. I think it was yesterday afternoon when I started to get a barrage of emails from principals in my district.
Can I also say, though, your response to the question about inclement weather and cold weather, I found somewhat lacking about putting on screens. If you're not prepared to answer that right now, I would really love it if you could perhaps confer with your colleagues and get an answer to Donalda that she could share with us about what the plan might be for once it starts snowing in order to...
I will retract my earlier statement on the behest of those far superior to me that are making those decisions. Okay, not that, hearsay or what I heard in the pipeline, but absolutely we are, listen, I just want to say that this is endearing to me. My grandson was put in a rec center in March, okay, and my wife ran a rec center in March. I'm not going to say where it was and where he went, but I was confident enough that he went to a school from March until the end of June. And I just want to tell the community at District 2 West that my colleague Mark Hendricks and myself are very on the ground, boots on the ground, and John Rodriguez, our director in Manhattan Facilities. We are extrapolating information, making sure that every classroom is safe for my grandson. Okay, that's a personal ode from me to the District 2 community. And we won't open a classroom unless my grandson can go to it. And that's from my heart. I have nothing more to say to that other than there's a lot of information out there, a lot of unrest, a lot of political people talking, and that's fine. They can do all they want. But my goal is to make sure that each classroom in my district is safe for my grandson. And I will echo my colleague, Mark Hendricks, and also Mark DiVincenzo in District 1, District 2, and John Rodriguez, our new director, who took over for Tim George for Manhattan, the same. So with that, if you have any more questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Much appreciated.
Gino, since you're the author of the resolution with regard to students in temporary housing, do you have any questions for Iris or anything that you at this point would like to ask her? Because if not, we're going to let folks know that.
No, I don't have any questions, and I'm actually in constant communication with Iris, so
yes,
thank you.
I know that you are. Do you have, all right, so if we have any other folks, Tom, it looks like you have a question.
Yeah,
I also
I
have a
do.
question.
I have a question for Donalda. So Assemblymember Epstein spoke to the possibility, and I think he set up a false dichotomy of either we raise revenue or we eliminate 9,000 teachers. Now, I guess my question would be, how many of those 9,000 teachers would be in District 2? And is it possible that we could actually cut other expenses rather than lay off teachers?
So I have to tell you, I don't have a lot of explicitly clear or concrete information about this, Tom. I will tell you the parts that I've read and know. It was announced a few weeks ago that we were looking at citywide layoffs of 22,000 city workers, of which the Department of Education share was 9,000 workers. Now, I don't know, and it has never been confirmed or expressly stated that those 9,000 folks are teachers. It is entirely possible that those folks have other titles. They could have civil service titles. They could also, have a range of school-based titles. But the thing I think that maybe is important to know, and the part that really, I think grabbed people, specifically school leaders, me, our district team, I'm sure all of you, is that when we think about layoffs, we know that it means that there are fewer rather than more caring adults interacting with students. And that is the thing that we want to avoid more than anything, because especially in this, at this time, at this moment in history, our students, even if they haven't experienced a personal loss of a family member or of a loved one, or of a community member, they've still experienced a version of trauma and loss that is really unprecedented. And we need all the caring, supportive, loving, organized, skillful, committed adults that we can have in schools with kids, no matter what function they serve, whether they're classroom teachers or not. And so I think that, doing what we can to avoid layoffs is really a major goal for us. And I haven't heard any language about that recently. It's been a few weeks. And so I'm hoping that that's no longer where we are. But hearing Councilmember Epstein say it tonight, put it back on my radar as a possibility, because he certainly is very well informed in his role.
Right. Just to follow up, can we eliminate contracts? Like the federal government is looking to eliminate critical race theory or anti-racism training contracts. Are those contracts that could possibly be eliminated to save jobs?
Everything on the contracts question, everything within the DOE's expenditure cycle, we have to encumber services by a certain deadline within the school year. And we're deeply, there are many provisions as to who we are permitted to purchase services from and the process that those people go through to offer us their services, and our encumbrance deadlines in entering relationships with folks to get concrete supplies or professional learning supports or other types of work that you've mentioned are on a calendar. And so all of the work must conclude by the end of the school year, and all of the work within a certain school year begins by a certain date and must end by a certain date. All services must be delivered. And so that is my way of saying to you that there are no larger sort of ongoing contracts with the district or within schools. Everything is wrapped up in a tight package with a big bow each school year. And so if there are ways or provisions that you want to take a stand on and advocate for, know that they're within the confines of one specific school year. The other thing to know, Tom, is that within the district, we have a very small pool of resources, which is why we seek grant funding and partnerships and are really open to working with lots of different entities, nonprofits who donate us their services. The larger Department of Ed has a different structure for pursuing its work. I hope I answered that question the way that you were, with the level of specificity that you wanted. I also just want to
I think we have other council.
Thank you for being here, because you've been amazing with our students in temporary housing. Thank you for helping them register for classes. Jennifer, thank you for your support with our students in temporary housing and helping them. Iris is smiling, hi. Sorry to filibuster. I just need to get a thank you out to Iris because she's been instrumental in taking care of all of these families. Every single last one that we connect with needs our support, and we could not do this without you. Thank you. Len,
I see that Len Silverman has his hand up.
Sure, thanks, Donalda. So I had a question. So synthesizing your presentation, is it my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that based on what's going on in District 2, 3 out of every 4 children in District 2 are currently achieving 3s and 4s in ELA. The District 2 has the best, as in terms of a district, is the highest performing readers in the city of New York out of all of the school districts that we're aware of, and that it has a reading program that has been in effect for at least 30 years since the Alvarado administration as superintendent. My question to you is very simple. The resolution, and that's specifically resolution 155, is that supportive of the reading efforts that are going on in District 2? Is it complementary to those efforts, or is it disruptive of those efforts? Could you just in your words, just explain to me how this resolution, based on your understanding, might impact what's going on currently in District 2 that apparently, based on your presentation, has been so successful?
I think that these things are that the work underway is very congruent with what is suggested in the resolution. And that is exciting because we are coming to a point of unity and convergence about something that's very important for kids for lots of reasons. My own personal wish is that the work that we are doing in District 2 would be in some way acknowledged in this resolution. I wish very much that there was something in the resolution around continuing the good work we do, or at least acknowledging that we do this work now. I think our educators have a tremendous range of capacity to share and a lot of expertise. And I would like for the resolution to be invitational to develop even more expertise and more specialized skills. And I think that multi-tiered systems of support are very important, and that foundationally, the theory of practice that our district works under, or that's a lot of fancy language for saying the way that we do things and what we believe about how kids learn to read. You know, our nation has been torn apart by reading wars for decades. And I'm grateful that we have such a unity of belief about and that we closely monitor results, Lynn, so that we know what's really working for kids. I want us to encourage the educators to continue developing the specialized skills that they most need to reach the hardest to reach kids. And that's part of the resolution that I would like to see adjusted, so that we could in some way convey some level of gratitude, appreciation, affirmation, support for educators in our district.
Donalda, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but are you for, in principle, are you for or against the resolution? And
as an individual person in the world with absolutely no allegiance anywhere, I believe every single whereas statement. The therefore be it resolved gives me some trouble. I've expressed that to Emily already. I think that there's a certain it's difficult to read the resolution and think that anyone is aware of the work that we're doing, or that is clear that we've attained the level of results that we have through a lot of really thoughtful strategic partnership and work, and openness to change, and openness to learning how to do things differently, in a way that's more expansive for all kids being successful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lynn. I wish I could tell you, I have as you can see, I have very complex feelings about it. Our school leaders have very complex feelings about it, because they very much want this. They very much want to make sure 100% of kids are proficient readers by grade 2. And they do great work around it. And they do great work, and their work is improving. We're making great strides. I just wish the resolution said that.
And I'm very supportive of Emily and what's,
Me
the
too.
attempts to try to.
Absolutely.
So I'm just trying to understand it, and not just from your perspective. That's all. Because
Thank
there's
you.
a lot
I'm
of,
sorry.
I know that there's a lot of technical stuff in here, and I don't understand all of it. So I was just wondering what your perspective was. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I just wanted to get that perspective in terms of how you felt about the resolution.
Vincent Hom, are you looking to speak?
Yes, I am. I got the feeling from Donalda's response that she's trying to say, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, that one size does not fit all, because the resolution says we should adopt this program and discourage any other program. And we talked about multi-tiered approaches. There's got to be, just like the continuum of education that we promoted a couple of weeks ago, there should be a different range of options. Obviously, there's been some level of success with the existing approaches, and the work that Emily and her colleagues have been doing is great. I've attended numerous sessions that she's put on and was very impressed by the work that she's done, but it should not be promoted to the exclusion of other successful approaches, especially in this budget climate, where if you just stick with one approach, there's a higher level of risk that maybe it doesn't achieve the level of success that you already have, taking away resources from teachers, causing an increased need for training and professional development with a resource poor environment that we're in now. So I agree that the resolution should acknowledge the successes that we've experienced and perhaps not be so zero-sum in its approach.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. We have any other council members who we haven't heard from yet who want to jump in? Yeah, Eric?
I had one or two comments I wanted to share with Donalda. So first, I was just hoping that Donalda, you could provide an update on how District 2 schools have embraced outdoor learning. It was clearly something that, parents, public health officials were lobbying to open up. And I'm just curious, I know there's a lot going on, if you've had a chance to survey District 2 schools and see how they're embracing or utilizing that option for outdoor learning?
So we had quite a few schools apply, more than 20, to have some version of outdoor learning, and also to have street closures in front of schools to aid with arrival and dismissal. And schools began receiving, they got an acknowledgement when they submitted the request to the city, but yesterday a few schools heard back about their street closure requests in something of a confused manner that said, congratulations, you've been approved for outdoor learning. You can use your courtyard or your playground to conduct the outdoor learning that you have. And I think that what was problematic about that is that some of those folks who received that as a response either did not and do not have courtyards or playgrounds, which is why they petitioned for street closure. And in one case, the courtyard playground is under school construction authority construction project, and it's completely off limits. And so, if we're looking for an advocacy point around supporting schools and students and families and just prioritizing safety, and by safety, I don't mean the ventilation considerations, I mean quite literally, arrival and dismissal, appropriate distancing, making sure that kids are, being escorted and supported in and out of the building, and that adults can know where every single child is at all times until they are handed off to an adult that they know and are supposed to go home with. We could really use your partnership around these street closure requests.
And have schools considered using the outdoor space for activities beyond arrival and dismissal? I know that it's challenging, but are they using it for potentially instruction or other activities, recess, lunch, gym?
Yes,
okay,
all of those things. Less around the instruction piece because there's some aspect of technology integration in most classrooms at this point. I don't mean that we're live streaming for kids at home, although sometimes teachers are doing that. But there are resources in the classroom that we really count on and that are not as mobile as we would like. But all of the things that you mentioned are, the circles that begin the day, the circles that end the day with appropriate distancing, physical education, movement, dance, art, those types of lunch is one that most people are really counting on to be able to do. It's in some measure outside. But the street closure, back to the street closure requesting, that's a really big deal. And it's going to take communication across, it's an interagency collaborative piece that we're still trying to get some movement on.
Great. And just actually 2 quick points. One was around protocols for school closures. I know that there was a very specific protocol that was put out for school closures. I believe roughly 1 positive case, close a classroom for 2 weeks, 2 unrelated positive cases, close a school for 2 weeks. I'm just a little, not concerned, but trying to understand the alignment now with testing of students and faculty of 20%, upwards of 20% of a school population, just given the general infection rate in New York City in general. I would think that almost every school, once they start testing, would be closed for asymptomatic cases. I think that original testing protocol was probably put in place to catch symptomatic cases. So I'm just curious if there's any thought that's going into looking at school closing protocols, because I'm certainly not a public health official, but it seems like the math would show that once you do testing of student populations, you're going to get 2 positive cases at every school.
That's entirely likely. I'm always going, I don't make the public health policy either, but I will always err on the side of more testing instead of less. And I think it's really important that we know where the asymptomatic cases are. This is ever evolving. Tom, I see you're still on the call. I know that this is not exactly your area. Do you have any sort of any information about this testing piece? Have you heard anything? Because I haven't heard a new protocol other than what we have.
And I guess my question is, it seems unlikely that school will proceed past October 3rd, given the thresholds. And that may be the right decision. It may be the wrong decision, but it seems that it's the inevitable one. So I was just curious.
I understand. I'm sorry that I don't make the specific sets of, well, maybe I'm actually, I have to be really transparent and honest. I'm not sorry that I don't make those decisions, Eric, because I think that they're really fraught public health considerations. And I think people land all over the map in terms of how much testing they think should happen and what the threshold is for school closure or, restricted working environments. I will do my very best to keep you all updated. And of course, every aspect of our interrelationship with one another at schools is always masked with hand sanitizer, distanced, there's every possible protocol is followed to the utmost. That's what I've seen so far in schools. And I know that we will do absolutely everything in our power to contain this virus until it is not an active thing at the front of our brain every minute. Tom, I know that you're muted. Do you want to be unmuted? I see Tom picking up his phone, so I'm not sure. Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from council members for the superintendent?
Well, it's both for Donalda as well as for Tom, who I'm going to unmute
Tom
right
or
now
Mark,
if I
who's
can.
here?
Around what accommodations might be made if there's going to be early voting in schools, and whether or not there's any information about that yet.
Donalda, do you have any further information?
Only that I know that Wagner is still on the list for early voting, and we're trying to figure out Wagner Middle School. We're trying to figure out if that needs to remain that way.
I contacted the principal of Clinton, who says he hasn't been notified one way or the other yet.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah.
I'll chime in. I'll email Mark Voros tomorrow for early voting and what schools will be affected in District 2 and forward that to you, Donalda.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, isn't that a decision by the Board of Elections rather than the New York City Department of Education?
Probably their decision is just whether or not they've been notified, and then the DOE makes decisions about whether or not the schools would be remote only during that time, or what kind of accommodations there would be made for ingress and egress.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Do we have any further questions for the superintendent or for our facilities team? And I don't think I can see everybody, but it looks like no. And so we're going to move on to our committee reports. Does anyone have any committee reports that they wish to give at this time?
I'm sorry, were we going to talk about the students in temporary housing? Or?
Wait a second, have we talked about the resolution? We haven't talked about the resolutions, have we?
No, the presentation and discussion of resolution is after committee reports, and we offered anyone that had any questions for Iris Gersten to ask her questions. Nobody did. She's
I
left
have
the
a
meeting.
question. You said Donalda. I have a question for Iris. I'm wondering if we have a line item expense of the money that we dedicated from last year's budget to the students in temporary housing, whether we ever had record of the money that we gave to the DOE. I asked last meeting, we did not know. Do we know right now? Was our money spent? And do we have receipts of that?
I can answer that.
Okay.
So finally, I was forwarded a whole bunch of spreadsheets with the list of books, titles, quantities, and the costs, and the invoice. So the money was spent. The piece of information that I wanted to get from the DOE, which is how much money was spent in each district and how many shelters are in each district, those two pieces of information I still do not have. But I was going to put together an email that goes out to all the CEC members with the total amount spent on the books, with a list of books, quantities, and all that stuff. So yes, the money was spent appropriately. And actually the DOE Central had to come up with $200 of extra money. Just to
But we still don't have the district by district
Correct.
breakdown. So
Correct.
how do we know if our money was spent appropriately if we don't even know if it went to our district?
I've been told every shelter received a library of books. So every shelter has gotten something, whether it's, you know, $300 worth of books or $50 worth of books, I don't know.
Well, fair, but when we allocated those funds, we said that for supplies, not necessarily for books, but for supplies, we were told that we would get a list of where the money was spent.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not just $300 per shelter. We're talking $16,000.
Yes.
So don't you think it's fair that we get a report of exactly where our money was spent?
Yep. And we should continue to push.
Yeah, I mean, that's just this is why I didn't want to give the money to the Department of Education, because the accountability just is not there. If we spent it privately, like we have raised between myself and Jocelyn and Anchor, as you know, we have raised $20,000 from one single private individual. We have lists from WB Mason, and those supplies will go to the students in temporary housing. We'll see the list. It's that easy. But when the Department of Education is involved, somehow we can't get receipts, and somehow there's no accountability. So that was my push to not do that earlier. That's why I did that, because the students in temporary housing aren't getting the supplies they need because we're going through the Department of Education.
Do we have any other questions at this time? If not, we're going to move on to the report of committees. Last month was August, so it's a quiet time. Generally, Emily, are you raising your hand?
I just wanted to put at the date of the next Students with Disabilities, the first one of the school year committee meeting. And it's going to be September 25th, Friday. I don't have a time yet, but I just wanted people to save the date. It'll be during the school. I've been rather successful with the 4 p.m. Time slot, but I don't really know any of my children's schedules, so I want to make sure that that actually works. So yeah, September 25th, probably 4 p.m.
Okay, great. In the interest of time, because it's 9 o'clock, we're going to move on to the presentation and discussion of resolutions. We already discussed, heard about, and did a preliminary vote on Resolution 152 for the PS 347 resolution. The next resolution we have is 153, resolution to extend priority admissions for community school D2 middle schools and high schools to students from community school D1. Edward, I believe you're the primary author. Would you like to address that resolution?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Maud. And thank you everyone for bearing with us all. You know, a D2 parent tonight said something very important. He said that we should think very carefully about the pronouncements and decisions that we make today, because they will have ramifications for many, many, many years from now. And I'd like everyone to keep that in mind, to keep in mind what that D2 parent said about the pronouncements and decisions that we make today. Now, this resolution, 153, seeks to advance principles of racial and economic justice and undo systems which keep students of color geographically isolated and separated from their peers. One troubling example of racial separation within the larger New York City school district involves District 2 and the adjacent smaller district, District 1. District 1 and District 2 being sub-districts of this larger New York City district. Now, decades ago, a section of Manhattan currently known as District 1, which had and continues to have a higher percentage of students of color, low-income students, and students who live in public housing than District 2, was carved away from its adjoining district and made to capture massive tracts of low-income housing. D1, District 1, then became an island district, bordered by District 2 on its north, its west, and its southern border, and by the river on the east side. The creation of this district resulted, even if unintentionally, a segregated, lower income, or racially isolated student body in District 1. The lines of the district were plainly drawn to include the Baruch houses, the LaGuardia houses, and other public housing projects in the area. Where District 1 did not include a low-income housing project like the Smith houses down on the Lower East Side, the District 1 zone, was extended to include middle school students from the Smith houses and assign them back to District 1 for middle school and high school. That's in the southern part of the district. Thus, on the south side of District 1, District 2 becomes District 1 to include students from the Smith houses for middle school. District 2 remains District 2 for the elementary schools in this dual zone. On the north side, the District 1 and District 2 dual zone, that zone allows maximum preference for its students, many of whom are from Stuyvesant Town. It allows these students living in District 2 to go to District 1 for elementary, and allows these students to go to District 2 for middle school and high school. Now, getting back to that D2 parents' point about decisions that we make now having such ramifications. Well, decisions made a long time ago continue to have ramifications for us today and for students in District 1. Now, to place these shifting zones and priorities into context, we should take a look at a few examples from the historical record of the geography and the zoning and the preferences. In 1942, the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company embarked upon a new housing project, a 9,000 unit whites-only Stuyvesant Town housing complex on the east side of Manhattan. The city tore down and razed about 18 city blocks and evicted an integrated community of whites, African Americans, and Puerto Ricans from the area of 14th Street up to about 23rd Street. The MetLife Company received a 25-year tax abatement from the city. The president of the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company made the decision that whites and blacks did not mix a long time ago, and that an integrated community would depress the value of the surrounding property. The project was built and the white residents enjoyed inexpensive apartments that were rent controlled for many years and where there was little turnover. No one had an incentive to leave a very cheap apartment, spacious apartment with 2 bathrooms, I believe, in each apartment. No one had an incentive to leave. So In 1947, when the white people only policy was challenged in court, a New York state court rejected the challenge, upholding Stuyvesant Town's white people only policy, and the decision was upheld on appeal. The US Supreme Court declined to review it. Now, although these exclusionary policies were subsequently prohibited by the state legislature, rent control laws ensured, as I said, little turnover, and those residents that were kicked out, residents that moved south to District 1, could not afford, as the rents began to rise, could not afford to move into these apartments. So what we had there was segregation with state action. Now, many of the descendants of these residents enjoyed D2 schools. And guess what? On the northern side of this D1 district, they can also go to D1 elementary schools and D1 middle schools or high schools if they choose to. They also happen to be higher income students than the students down in the Smith houses in the southern part of the district. The displaced residents in D1, or the descendants of these residents, have no D2 priority. And about 40% of those evicted from the land where Stuyvesant Town was built were African American or Puerto Rican. Now, another example from the past, from long ago, is from a 1970s civil rights complaint filed by Miss Luz Ortiz of the Lower East Side. In 1970, Miss Luz Ortiz of 65 Jefferson Street on the Lower East Side and president of the Parents Association of Public School 137 swore in a complaint to the Office of Civil Rights in Washington that although she and other parents joining the complaint had worked out cooperative and fruitful relationship with parents in Greenwich Village, Chelsea, Clinton, and the West Side, the board wanted to isolate them from these parents and families and make them work with only Puerto Ricans in this island district and other residents of lower income from the housing projects like those in Seawood Park. Despite her complaint, the district lines were drawn and the district became geographically isolated. This resolution simply seeks to give to all students living in District 1 the same priority to District 2 as those living in District 2. They should be allowed, these students, to apply to District 2 schools, and if they make the grade, if they have the requisite test scores, they should attend a District 2 middle school or high school. Here, by voting for this resolution, we can have an impact on school composition and give low-income children of color in District 1 access to high-performing schools. Granting this priority would work to close the education achievement gap that persists between low and high-income students and students of color. High educational achievement strongly correlates with upward mobility when secondary school children reach adulthood. An individual's educational success and achievement is a predictor for many adult outcomes. Research has shown that rising segregation by income of local school districts leads to intergenerational transmission of economic inequality and further reduces the potential for upward economic mobility. So I agree with that parent that we should carefully consider the decisions and pronouncements we make today because they will have ramifications for many, many years down the road. Just like those decisions that MetLife made in 1947 that had decision, that had ramifications many, many years down the road, and that continue to have ramifications for many students. I urge all of the members to put aside their fears and to vote for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Ed, can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
All right, as you know, I support this. I just wanted to assuage some concerns, which I think are legitimate, that we are a District 2 council, so we should be looking out for the best interests of District 2 students. Now, will District 1 grant our District 2 students the same priority in their schools as we're granting them in our schools?
Yes, I have spoken to several members of the District 1 Council, including the president, Naomi Pena. I have shared this resolution with her. She has agreed to sponsor and help pass a resolution that grants reciprocity to students from District 2 to District 1. Everyone that I've spoken to in District 1 is very enthusiastic about the resolution and about the opportunities, and very enthusiastic about granting reciprocity to students from District 2 to the smaller district, District 1.
Right, so you would say that we actually are supporting the kids of District 2 by giving them more opportunities to attend different schools. In fact, enhancing our own schools by having different perspectives from District 1 come to our schools, right?
Absolutely, and I would also say that in the northern portion of District 1, we sort of we represent, because they're classified as District 2 for middle school and high school, so we are, but then in the southern part, we also represent them in the elementary schools, but then when then they sort of disappear, I guess, and we don't represent them anymore because they become a C1 students, maybe because they're Black or Latino or low income. But we should care about them. They are elementary D2 students. So I think that you're absolutely right. We're giving more opportunities to more students, and we are giving D2 students who want what D1 has to offer an opportunity to go to a D1 school.
Right. And I want to thank you for including the map in the resolution, because it just shows how ridiculous that small carve out really is. And I mean, if you want to look at redlining, gerrymandering, whatever you want to call it, just use that map. It's a great example, right?
Yes, I agree. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I just have a few points that I want to bring out on this. There's a saying that if you live long enough, you see everything. I'm sorry, but in all due respect to
maybe Stuyvesant Town, maybe Stuyvesant Town too, when it's first being built too.
In all due respect to these arguments, I find them uncompelling, unconvincing, and illogical. The first point that I want to make is that I don't see how this resolution helps a single District 2 parent. I'm not talking about white District 2 parents. I'm not talking about Asian District 2 parents. I'm not talking about privileged District 2 parents. I'm talking about Latino and Latinx and Black parents of District 2 students who are now going to be in a situation where they are potentially being forced to compete now against an additional, potentially, I think the numbers are 1,000 students per grade, for limited spots, because we know not only do we have great schools in District 2, but we know that they're highly selective and they don't have enough seats to fill the students to support the students that we already have. So let's just take the argument first, which is not that, and this also, by the way, excludes the fact that District 1, who we keep on going back to the 1970s, and I appreciate the history lesson, but the fact is District 1 also contains Asian parents. I'm just looking at the numbers on your resolution. It also contains white parents. And we seem to be pushing this narrative that there are only impoverished students and Black students and Latinx students in District 1 that have somehow been excluded for 50 plus years due to this gerrymandering of a district, which of course doesn't take into effect any of the demographic changes in New York, which, by the way, I don't remember how many students or the areas of Tribeca or downtown, the financial district, all of these areas look like at the same time that District 1 was being created. But this resolution does not in any way help a single Black or it makes it more difficult because those Black and Latino students in District 2 will now be competing, as will the any student District 2, regardless of their socioeconomic background or their academic performance, will now be competing against District 1 students, not just any District 1 students, but potentially the best District 1 students. And of course, I agree with you, District 1 parents are probably thrilled with this because we have fantastic schools in District 2, and why wouldn't District 1 parents want to send their kids to District 2? I haven't heard the same argument put forth about all these great District 1 schools that somehow District 2 parents were precluded from attending, because that preclusion never has existed. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point addresses what a parent spoke earlier about, which is extending this to District 3, because if you go down this road, and I think this is the reason it's supported by those members of our council who have for years been opposed to District 2 priority, if you extend it to District 1, there is no moral grounds to stand upon as to why it should not be extended to District 3 or 4. And I think that some of the supporters of this resolution clearly recognize that basic fact and are supporting that because they know that next month's resolution will logically include the extension of District 2 priority, District 3, and District 4, which also border District 2. Additionally, I want to point out that there are housing projects located in District 2. So arguing that somehow District 2 is created this exclusionary privileged district is a fallacy. And we are disenfranchising the Black and Latinx students of our district, and every student who we are sworn as CEC members to support, of spots at District 2 schools. I also want to say that this resolution was I first heard about it maybe a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks. And that as I can just say that as co-president of District 2 President's Council, I'm not speaking as the co-president, but as a parent, I am mystified because I don't understand how something so important can be rammed through literally in the dead of night, because it is the dead of night outside when I look out my window. Something that will, as Mr. Irizarry and as that parent, I believe it was Matthew Chook, pointed out, will affect generations to come. And I think it behooves us as a CEC not to include parents in such an important decision that affects admission preferences and priorities for all of District 2 students, not just people who have 5th graders or 7th graders, but people who have 3rd grade students, 2nd grade students, 1st grade students. That's another thing that I want to point out. So we're on that slippery slope, and there's been very little opportunity for parent feedback. So I would urge this resolution to be put over until there can be such time for parent feedback, so we can honestly determine what the parents of District 2 want to do in this situation, what their preferences are, because I didn't hear much support for this particular resolution. And I also am mystified because what is this saying to the people in District 1 and the administration and the staff, that their schools are not good enough? District 1 was created because it represented specific and distinct neighborhoods such as Chinatown and the Lower East Side, distinct neighborhoods. I respectfully disagree with this analysis that it was somehow gerrymandered to exclude Black and Latinos from District 2. And then finally, and I appreciate you guys listening to, we hear about sharing the riches. I mean, some parents have talked about that. This isn't about sharing the riches. This is about an advantage that our current District 2 parents have to get into very I would say exclusive, but very academically rigorous and selective District 2 schools. Why are we giving that advantage or extending that advantage to anyone else, especially when we have low-income students, Black students, African-American students, Latino students already in our district who can take advantage of that priority and who are now going to be forced to compete with other people? So I don't know why this was conceived. I don't know if this was for the benefit of garnering favor in District 1. I have no idea. But I can tell you that it does not in any way, shape, or form benefit District 2 parents. Thank you for
Can,
listening to me.
Ed, do you want to address that? Or, I mean, I'm a co-sponsor. I could address this.
I just want to quickly, and then I'll cede my time to you, Tom.
Yeah.
I mean, if you bothered to look at the map, you know, we do represent District 2 elementary students from the Smith houses, and I presume there are, you know, students of color, you know, in the Smith houses that are District 2 elementary students that will benefit, you know, from having a D2 priority and not being shuttled back to D1. So I mean, I just like to make that note, and then you know, I'll cede my time to Tom.
Yeah, well, first I would say that if you think we should table this resolution and wait until more parents know, I'm open to that. Now, however, I would like to say that District 1 is very distinct than District 3 or District 4. We surround District 1 on both their south border, their west border, and their north border. That's not the same for District 3 or District 4. It's a very small district. And to say that it gives District 2 students no advantages, I think is disingenuous because it gives them more options. Now, if we're going to support screen schools, which you and I both do, Len, we have to adjust to the fact that the screening should be open to all students in an area, right? They should have the opportunity to apply to these schools. And I wholeheartedly agree in that. It fosters competition, which I know a lot of people don't like, but it increases the likelihood that in a screen school system, more students will be of the same academic ability. Now, beyond that, since it is so small, and a lot of students like to stay in their own neighborhoods anyway, I find it disingenuous to say that District 2 students will be overwhelmed by District 1 students and the competition coming from it, especially when so many of those kids are already far behind because of the lack of resources that they've received. So I'm not following your argument. I hear your argument that maybe we should give the community a little bit more time to digest this, but I really just don't see your point as far as how District 2 would be really, really impacted by the harsh competition coming from District 1 when you're saying their District 1 schools aren't any good to begin with.
Tom, if you could assure me that there won't be a single District 2 student, specifically a District 2 students of Black and Latino descent that are not getting their first choice, their second choice, their third choice, their fourth choice, and so on and so forth down the line, because that spot went to a District 1 student, I would understand. If we had a plethora of extra spots in District 2 that were being underutilized, I might understand that argument. But if we're going to disenfranchise all of our District 2 students because we're going to give any of those spots away, all right, to District 1 students, then I really have a problem with it because I don't think we're fulfilling our role as the District 2 CEC representatives.
Well, that's a good
Len,
point.
you're exactly right. Wait, Tom, may I speak for a second? Because Len is exactly right. You had, when Ed said this resolution opens up to all students, that was the original resolution. It was edited, it was revised, it was taken away. It was already submitted. It said elementary students. We were told at the last calendar meeting that hundreds of students won't be attending elementary schools in District 2, where families were leaving. But yet, this was removed from the resolution. Why was it removed from the resolution? Why are we prohibiting? All of a sudden, we want integration, but no, we can't let the elementary school students attend District 2 schools. This is hypocrisy. I was the original co-sponsor before you when we had elementary school students. That's where the openings are. They're not in middle school. They're not in high schools. They're in the elementary schools. They're openings. And yet you and Ed and Eric closed those, that ability to let elementary school students. What did we hear today? We heard about reading, the science of reading. Where does it help? It helps in the first grade, the second grade, the third grade. We want to help them early. But now we closed it with this resolution. We took out the elementary school aspect of it. And shame on you, shame on Ed, and shame on everyone who's now co-sponsoring this and took this out of the resolution. I think you're awful for that.
Ben, I told you, and I still stick by this point, that I would also co-sponsor your resolution. to expand it to elementary schools, which I believe is the right thing to do. If we table this and reintroduce the elementary school one, I'll do that too. I firmly believe that the elementary school should be open, and you're right. That's where a lot of the open space is, right? So if we have overcrowding, it makes sense to include elementary schools. Now, if we could just do that right now, amend this, and then vote on it, I would do that. But to the parents' point, that maybe the parents of the community need more time to digest that, I agree with that too. So if we could improve it and then present it next time to include elementary schools, I'd be 1,000% in support of that.
We need that. We need to help kids as soon as possible in
Agreed.
elementary school, not in middle school and high school. And you even had the screen language ed. You had the screen schools. You talked about it in your speech, but you took it out of the resolution. It's not about achievement. The next resolution is going to be to take the screen schools out. And why not just go one step further? Why not just say, forget D1 entirely. Let's take over D1. If D2 is so much better, let's just take over D1.
Tom,
Why have D1 at all?
Tom, I appreciate what you're saying, and I think the parents of 290 would want to chime in on this. I really do.
Sure.
Just as the parents of PS 158, where my kids go to school, would want to chime in also. And I just want to bring up another point about this resolution, and I apologize. You know, it's not lost on me that it has a number of sponsors, and that ultimately, whether it passes or doesn't pass, may come down to certain to people who might be who might not have been elected but have been appointed. And I just think it's only fair that those people recognize that parents really should be given an opportunity in this situation to chime in, so it doesn't appear that any decision made to potentially extend District 2 priority to other districts is being done on anything other than a basis where parents have weighed in on the process.
I take some offense at that comment. I take, in fact, great offense at that comment.
As you should.
Yeah. And you know, I will just add that this is the typical litany of rationales for why there should be no progress, that decisions should not be made. And defending the status quo, these are the arguments we hear every time.
Eric, you removed the elementary portion of this resolution. You removed the elementary school portion of this resolution. You didn't want elementary school integration. You convinced Edward Irizarry to remove the elementary school portion of this resolution. Shame on you.
Ben, we have the elementary school.
Ben, I don't think I convince Ed of anything. I think he makes his own decisions.
It was your language that he used. Did you not give him language to change it? Yes or no?
Ben,
yes
I'd
or
like
no?
to speak.
Yes
I'm
or
not
no?
under your interrogation.
Okay.
I'm not under your interrogation. I gladly answer it, but I'm really not. So
your language removed integration for elementary school students, where we could have helped them, but you had to play politics instead of helping younger kids where there's room, where D2 has vacancies. Shame on you.
Thank you, Ben, as always, for your eloquent words. So again, getting back to the point is, I do think, as usual, people who will do anything to preserve the status quo, to preserve privilege, to preserve what they believe
did too.
is
You
their
preserving
right.
the status quo with elementary schools.
Interrupting.
One person at a time. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Ben,
Eric.
is there anything else you have to say or scream at me? Because otherwise I'd like to continue.
Yes, I am
But
this was a great
please keep
resolution,
screening.
and you had to edit it. You had to change it because you did not want to stir the pot for elementary school where there are openings, where we could do so much good. And I feel so bad for the kids that could have access, you know, where there's more opportunity. And when you are saying that it's the same people trying to prohibit change, well, you join that group.
You know, I'm glad, Eric, I'm glad you mentioned privilege, because we go back to the same narrative about those who feel that those who like to maintain a status quo that actually has worked not only for white and Asian, but it also worked for Black and Latino parents in District 2. In fact, the District 2 has benefited every single student and parent in District 2, I don't see how it couldn't. It certainly isn't detrimental. District 2 priority isn't a negative thing for somebody in District 2. So it's not about privilege. I understand casting a lot of things, a lot of arguments as privilege, and that District 2 priority is a bastion of privilege. That's been the narrative that Shino and other people have been selling for a while here. But the reality is District 2 priority is an advantage that extends to all students in District 2, regardless of their economic background, regardless of their skin color. And that is an advantage that, as a District 2 parent, I would like to maintain for my student who is still in, who could still be affected by these decisions where I want to send my child to. So why wouldn't I want to maintain that? Am I being privileged? Is it because I'm white? No, it's because I'm a District 2 parent that has an advantage in admissions process, which is is not an easy process to deal with. There are limited spots, and I want to get every single advantage I can. And it's not to the exclusion of other people in our district. It's including people in our district. So this whole argument about privilege and about being based on race just doesn't seem to hold any water for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand it doesn't hold any water for you. So before I continue, Ben Len, are there other things you want to say? Because I'd actually like to speak and have an opportunity to share my views and thoughts. Is there anything else you want to share, Ben Len?
Oh, I know you're not asking me, but if you could just add to your answer why or if you would want to exclude elementary schools from this. If that's true, I don't know if it's true. If you just add that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So quickly to start is, again, what we're seeing here tonight is what we see at CEC meetings time and time again, is a group of people who are so invested in the status quo, so invested in framing education as a matter of competition as opposed to learning, that they can't take themselves out of the mindset that we need to begin the messaging around inclusion. And right now there's a clear example that we should be working with District 1 to provide educational opportunities for students across our community. There are arbitrary lines that Ed took the time to discuss how they're written, how they're drawn up arbitrarily. And what we're trying to do is redress these issues that have persisted for years, for generations. And we're trying to take a position tonight that says we don't think this should persist. And we've thought about this as a community for a long time about how we are more inclusive. So whether or not we want to go down another path of delay, deflect, and defer, which is the MO of the people fighting for the status quo, I am not willing to do that. We are at an inflection point. We have an opportunity right now to create an inclusive platform that allows our community to be educated in one setting and educated together. And I want to make that step tonight. I will say specifically my misgivings about elementary. The elementary piece of it was very straightforward, that young students, there are other hurdles and obstacles for students at the elementary age around transportation, around local schools that had a lot more complexity for me rather than middle school or high schools. So right now, our D2 elementary schools are predominantly zoned admissions, and to bring that aspect into it of elementary school was very complex. To start asking young kids, starting with 3K until, age 10, to start commuting and shuffling, across or within the city, especially in areas big as D2, felt overwhelming and felt that it created a lot of complexity. I'm happy to look at the elementary piece separately, but middle schools and high schools don't have those same barriers that are natural barriers around young children. And that was the rationale, as opposed to any of the items that then you're conjuring up in your head. So I just want to be clear that tonight I'm excited to take a step towards having an inclusive educational environment and bringing together the D1 and D2 community. So I'm excited about the vote.
Eric, fair point, but we don't even, within District 2, we don't even shuffle around elementary schools since we have the zones. And these resolutions are meaningless anyway. So if we're going to, I mean, they're symbolic, right? So if we wanted to add elementary schools in symbolically, because the DOE is not going to listen to a word we say anyway, why not just do it?
Eric, I just want to say, Eric, I respect you a lot, and I understand your point that you've made many times. I've actually listened to them because I really appreciate the things that you say about the process being competitive, especially when you made the comments, why are we encouraging like little kids to be competitive? But it shouldn't be lost on anyone here that the reason, we're talking about the reason that District 2 schools, and we're not talking about all District 2 schools, the reason that we have some of the highest performing schools are specifically because they are selective schools, because they require the higher grades to get into, because they require the higher test scores to get into, because they had higher rubrics. And that, of course, has changed recently, but those rubrics actually result in a school being coveted or sought after or high performing. And that also translates when you look at the data in supplemental SAT scores, college preparation, and we're talking about high schools and even on the middle school level. So it is competitive. The process, like it or not, is competitive. I would love to have a kumbaya world where it's not competitive, but the competition produces in our district, has produced within our district, very select and efficient schools that have prepared our District 2 students and given them advantages over the students in other districts.
Hey, Len, I think it's very simple, is that I would love to have that conversation. We've had that conversation many times about how within District 2, students get enrolled in schools. And I have very specific viewpoints on that. What we're talking about tonight, though, is something very different. What we're talking about tonight is how students across districts have access to schools. And this has nothing to do with how students get into schools. Conversation for another day. We've been very clear. This is a conversation around enrollment across district and being inclusive, right? What you're discussing is something totally different, right? District 2 remains as it is right now, right? All we are saying tonight is that we want to provide access to District 2 schools for residents of District 1 and vice versa. This has nothing to do with school assignment. This is about embracing a community that was created on a false notion of what community should and can be. And our community should be inclusive. And what Ed has put forward tonight is about creating an inclusive community.
And are you in favor of extending District 2 priority to District 3 and District 4 and District 5?
When tonight we're talking about District 1.
And tomorrow in the next meeting, we will be talking about the next districts as well.
Hey guys, I was trying to jump in there, but I had myself
Sorry,
muted, so you didn't hear my barging into this conversation. Our superintendent is so politely raising her hand, so I would like to acknowledge her and invite her to speak.
Thanks. It strikes me that more data is needed to inform this resolution. I can understand, I think that there are some misconceptions potentially about the way that students come to be enrolled, the access that students have to schools within our district, whether they are enrolling in pre-K, in kindergarten, or in middle school. And I think that if we're going to vote on a resolution, or not we, actually, I'm not voting at all, but if you all are going to vote on a resolution or take a stance around it, I think it would be really helpful for you all to have a clear idea of what these enrollment priorities are that permit or invite access from families wherever they may live in New York City to District 2 schools, whether those programs are pre-K, kindergarten, middle, or high school. Just as a foundational level of awareness, there may be some pieces that impact the therefore be it resolved component of this resolution. Furthermore, I think it would be important. I'm sorry, I'm just going to finish what I'm saying and then anyone can jump in.
Please do, please do.
And then, thank you. The second part is that I think that, like, as a CEC, making a data request around who are the current students from any given residential district students who reside outside District 2 yet attend schools within District 2, I think would be highly informative, because once kids are enrolled in District 2 schools, no matter where their families live, they always can maintain enrollment. And so I think that it informs, you know, both sort of parties of this exploring this issue, to figure out where families reside, where they're coming from, and how we can serve them. And then finally, I just, you know, I don't mean to have an opinion here. I try to stay really neutral with resolutions, but I have to say that it really strikes me that we need to invite participation and actual contribution and thought partnership of people who live in District 1. I think that it's stunningly bold to convey that we or District 2 possesses a superior good that other people must need or want or need to have or should have or have been excluded from, without actually talking to people about whether or not that's real for them. I reached out to the superintendent of District 1 to let her know that this resolution was coming forth. I sent it to her for her review. I inquired if we could talk further. There are many sensitive pieces of larger work across district lines, including maintaining enrollment so that schools can have the vital resources at scale that they need to be able to support the programming for all of their students. And inadvertently, I don't think that anyone, knowing our schools as they do and the set of sort of financial priorities and enrollment constraints that they're up against, would want to in any way further disadvantage any school or further advantage any school in our system. I genuinely believe that. And so this is such a complex issue. I would like to ask if you all would be willing to put together a set of data that you want to get from enrollment, from district planning, from other agencies in the DOE, or maybe even in the city, that could potentially inform how you go about doing this. Because I respect the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, I have to agree with Eric here. You know, this strikes me, again, as another nonsensical delay tactic. Here we have a superintendent who I reached out to in email, who reached out to me, who I gave my personal telephone number to, and asked her to call me to speak about this. Never did I receive a call, never did I receive an email response. And now this superintendent, Ms. Chumley, says, well, we need a data point. I agree with you, Eric. This is nonsense. This is delay. This is racist delay. And I agree with, you know, sometimes I sit back here and I think, why is Tom so incensed? But this is something that really upsets me here. Eric is right. We have a superintendent here that is engaging in a delay tactic, a data point nonsense. You know, we have on this call, Mr. Chad Marlowe, who is a resident of D1, and I invite him to speak. He can speak to your concerns, Ms. Chumley, and he can tell you all about the 2 students that he has in D1 and how he feels about this resolution. Mr. Marlowe, are you there? Can we unmute Mr. Marlowe? Chad?
Hey, Ed, Mr. Marlowe will be invited to speak at the public speaking session with the next group of students.
Let me finish my thoughts here, because this is enraging here, really. Because, you know, I reach out to Ms. Chumley, she just ignores me, perhaps because I am Latino, she ignores me, and then she springs this, we need a data point nonsense. Well, I have to side with Eric on this, okay? And I rely on the record. I think the arguments are meritless. I think Len's arguments are meritless. I think all of the arguments against this resolution are pretexts to continue, as Eric says, the status quo. And I really take offense to this superintendent coming here and telling us that she would vote, she doesn't have a vote, that she would vote for more data points and ignore my calls to her or my emails to her to respond to me about this resolution. Nonsense. We vote on this tonight. And if we have the votes, they shall pass. by the duly appointed borough president members and the duly elected council members. That is my position. And that's all I have to say. And I rely on the record.
Yeah,
Now, in a rare moment, hold on, before you go on, Eric, in a rare moment, I'm actually going to agree with Eric here, because we've put FOIL requests in for numerous statistics that are easily and readily available from schools, and we get no response. We get rejected responses. It delays another 6 months every single time from the Department of Education.
And specifically from the superintendent, who refuses to provide data when asked.
I just want to also, I want to have an opportunity to point out, I agree with Ed, I agree with Tom, I agree with Eric. It's really inappropriate for the superintendent to weigh in during a discussion of a resolution. It's galling to ask for data when, as was just pointed out over and over again, we have asked for data. It's presumptuous that families and parent leaders in District 1 weren't consulted in the writing of this resolution, when in fact, Ed stated himself when he was asked whether there would be reciprocity. He said he collaborated with Naomi Pena in District 1, their CEC president. She's a powerhouse, well-respected community leader in District 1. She knows exactly how patronizing this conversation can go. She understands that it's uncomfortable to hear District 2 people talk about blessing District 1 families with the beauty of our schools. And despite understanding that, and despite understanding how harmful that language can be to the parents in her community, she also knows that the parents in her community, as herself, as she is one, find the symbolic exclusion of District 1 and the history that Ed laid out so clearly to us so galling that a statement coming from our CEC is very, very powerful. And it is with an understanding of all of the nuance of how patronizing it could be. And frankly, I was uncomfortable with the resolution for those reasons until I spoke to Naomi and other District 1 families, and I understood from them that they know who we are. They know how District 2 talks and how we think about them. But the symbolism is so important, and acknowledging the historical wrong is so important.
Ed, I understand you're upset with Donalda, but can I just ask, did you ever reach out to the District 1 superintendent, and did that person ever return your phone calls?
Hey, I don't think Ed needs to give an accounting of every person that he's spoken to, right?
No, but
there's a resolution.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump in. Let's try to keep our. Here's what I'm gonna suggest.
I actually reached out to Ed, and he wrote me back and said that he was available to talk at a certain time, and I was not available at that time. I have been working nonstop to try to reopen schools. And Ed, I'm sorry that I did not get back with you. It just wasn't possible. And I apologize. And I actually haven't received any data requests. So I'm only interjecting myself into the conversation to be able to say if there is more data available, if you would like to seek it, I would love to help you get it.
No,
so
we
that
don't
you can
need
make
any
as
data.
informed
We
decision
need to
as
move
possible.
forward, and we need to vote, period.
So first of all, we have two, I'm going to jump in here, guys. We have two more resolutions that are going to be discussed before we get to, and we have a public session before we're going to get to any voting. So let's just follow our agenda. I'd like to make a few points with regard to this resolution. But first, I would just like to thank our superintendent. I think that some folks who are used to CEC 2 meetings might be surprised if they attended CEC meetings in other districts. Superintendents don't necessarily attend all CEC meetings. Our superintendent attends our calendar meetings, our working business meetings, and every subcommittee meeting I have ever been to. She has been there. I have gone with this superintendent to dual language meetings in the far corners of our district, the far Upper East Side, on rainy nights, to hear from crowded rooms of parents who want to be heard by the DOE and by the folks that they're advocating to. So she has gone above and beyond to make herself available, to listen to the advocacy of parents, and to be a support for parents time and time again. And I just want to say how much I admire it. So I would like to now address some of the points with regard to the resolution. And first, I want to say this, and I want to figure out how to say it, which is, I've heard very different points of view on this resolution, and I do not, I don't know what the right word is, but I do not attribute bad motives to anybody, whether they have different opinions than me or not. I think we have a group of parents who have very, very different ideas about being for or against this, and I think those ideas are coming from a place of goodness in everybody. People are advocating for what they think is a great idea. So Len and Eric have different ideas. Tom and Ben have different ideas. And I think all of you are trying really hard to advocate for positions that you think are good for students, good for families, good for, good educational positions. And so I respect it all. I don't think we need to attack each other or impugn the motives, that's the word I was looking for, of each other just because we have different opinions. So let's try to do a little better. I do think, and I think it's unfortunate that I had my internet troubles during the working business meeting, because one of our items on the working business meeting was to talk about data requests and how we can do it rather than just one-off individuals, how we can do it as a CEC. And that was something we were going to discuss. There are a few things I would like to know more about on this resolution. And I really do actually think it would be a very good idea. This is the day after Labor Day, and it is just coming off of the summer, to hold a diversity committee meeting. And Ed, you're in the perfect place to do that, because if you hold a diversity committee meeting and we advertise it, Robin Roshi is correct that Naomi Pena has been in District 1 for a long time, and she knows her district extremely well. I'm sure Naomi Pena would be I can't speak on her behalf, but as a fellow CEC president, I think she would be, they might even be willing to co-sponsor a meeting that we could have together to discuss these ideas. And there are two things that I would love to have discussed at a meeting. One is what the data analysis would look like, and then a little modeling of what it would look like if we merged our districts, particularly around the equity piece. Because, well, the other thing that I like is, Ed, you use this language about carve out. I myself am super interested in how our district lines were drawn, because I think I agree with the folks here who say, when you look at District 2 and it's this huge, dinosaur of a district, and then District 1 is so small, it does make you wonder how they got drawn. And I haven't found any historical information about it. I heard you talking about Stuytown, I heard you talking about this, but I don't have a lot of, you're a lawyer, Ed, I'm a lawyer. There's no footnotes in here. There's nothing that tells me where the actual source material is to tell us how these districts got drawn. And I'd be really curious about that. With regard to the data modeling that I think would be really helpful, I will say that as part of the NICEP work, we spoke with, on our team, we had the principal from Baruch College Campus High School. And when they were switching from their rubric to a lottery rubric, she talked about modeling work she had done with enrollment. And they were making their switch to a lottery system specifically with the goal, with equity goals in mind, of wanting to have more Black and Latino students enrolled in their high school. And the modeling that they came up with determined that they would wind up with more Asian students in their high school by adopting the lottery system. They chose to go ahead with that anyway. But the reality is, there's two things. One, we don't know yet what admissions is going to look like next year. and we don't know if it's going to be a one-off as the DOE has suggested, or if the model, if what they come up with for the sort of pandemic year admissions exception is going to actually carry forward. So there's a tremendous uncertainty of what admissions is going to look like next year. But you know, Tom and Ed, you were both the co-sponsors on the resolution for a continuum of K through 12 education that this council passed a few months ago. And in that resolution, we specifically talked about how there literally are not enough seats to meet the demand of District 2 students, right? So, you know, with regard to high school, the District 2 priority high school seats that everyone loves to talk about, we're talking about around 500 seats, and even fewer when you take out, you know, when you're just talking general ed seats and not ICT seats, for a cohort of between 2,600 and 2,700 District 2 students. So when I was looking at the resolution that Ed wrote, and I told Ed that I apologize, I didn't have the time to give him suggested edits, but you know, the whereas, it says, whereas District 2 middle schools and high schools are in high demand and have unique programming and should be available for students and residents of District 1. Well, my suggested edit would be, and should be available for students of District 2, and should be replicated and expanded such that we could provide students admission to students outside of District 2, right? Because right now, we don't even have, you know, a quarter of the students in District 2 can't even attend the most, the in-demand high schools that you're referring to, right? Like, I think we should, I agree with you, Ed, that there are some really great schools in District 2. I think we need to replicate and expand and increase the number of seats that we have that kind of programming and that kind of excellence. And I really appreciate what the superintendent had to say about for instance, the growth in the ELA scores. You know, and you know, Ed, I'm sorry to jump around a little bit, guys, but this all will come together, I promise. When Len mentioned, you know, when we're talking about District 2, when we're talking about the successes of District 2 schools, on the editing of this resolution, the first version of this resolution referred to the screen schools of District 2, and you took out the language about screen schools. But when screen schools came into being, was really the superintendent Alvarado, I think. Alvarado, is that who it is? That was the superintendent that created the District 2 screen middle schools that became so successful. When that superintendent, he was a former chancellor who became a superintendent. When he became the superintendent of District 2, District 2 was ranked number 18 in all of the districts in terms of academic performance, right? The screened school system that he put in place and the focus on instruction that he put in place with those schools is what started the climb of District 2 schools. So I think we have to be careful not to operate from the assumption, and I also agree with Robin that you have to be careful about language of assuming like we're so great and everybody would want to come here, and I don't think that was folks' intention. I don't think it was the intention, but I think we have to be mindful, remind our own selves that District 2 isn't just magically a great district, that it was, that the systems that were put in place and the instructional rigor that teachers and principals and administrators have brought to these schools is the product of a lot of hard work. And I think we need to expand it. We need to have more schools that are so gosh darn great that people from other districts want to come into them. Right now, we don't have enough seats to satisfy the demand of students in District 2, which brings me back to the point about the data modeling that happened around Baruch College Campus High School. If we don't know what our admission system is going to look like next year because the DOE has said they're going to do some citywide thing. But if it's at all similar to what we have been doing, one of the things that is going to happen is the highest performing kids of District 1 will wind up displacing kids from District 2. And there are very real equity concerns around that, because I think in addition to the other inadvertent things that might happen, for instance, reducing enrollment at D1 schools, which has already had declining enrollment for a long time, such that they're going to have trouble staffing a school that loses a huge amount of enrollment, especially in a pandemic year. But in addition to that, the equity concerns about what happens to the D2 kids that otherwise would have had D2 seats, but have now been replaced by the higher performing District 2 kids because we have a screen school model for middle schools and high schools. So there are these, it is a very complicated issue, and I don't think it's really fair to constantly accuse people of trying to preserve a status quo when they try to wrap their mind around the many complications that exist with this kind of analysis. One other little final point I'd like to make is the map is very interesting, but it gives the impression that those sort of dual zones that's somehow something unique or maybe even nefarious with regard to the D1, D2 border. But my understanding is that happens a lot, right? And I'll give you an example. Roosevelt Island, which borders District 2 and D30 in Queens, is a dual zone.
Is in District 2.
I know it is, but it borders, students have access to D30, to District 30 schools, Tom, because of the same kind of dual, what happens is that kids who live right on the border of districts like D1 and D2 or Roosevelt Island have access to districts on either side of that border in some instances, right? District 15 in Brooklyn and District 20 have similar sort of dual zone schools that have access to schools in both zones. So it's not an unusual thing, like it happens in more than one place, right? In different boroughs and different schools on different lines. So I'm not sure that necessarily means what this resolution is saying it means, because it does happen in other border areas of District 2 with other districts. So I think for those reasons, I think we want to be really careful to make sure that we're not saying things that are factually inaccurate. And I would really, if any of the co-authors of this resolution have any concrete information, some historical information about the drawing of the district lines, I'd be super curious to hear about it. And I think it was Rachel Glubb was one of the few parents who did seem to know about this resolution, speak out about it. She said, well, what about to our border on the north? She said D3, I think she meant D4. But it is true that I think if we're going to talk about changing district lines, I think it should be a little bit more comprehensive, especially in the time of a pandemic. It should be, we should consider making any kind of commute, even for middle school kids, smaller, not bigger, because we really want to reduce the amount of transportation kids are subjected to at this point. So I just, I think that a week and a half, 2 weeks for parents in a district to find out about this is not enough. My strongest recommendation would be to hold a diversity committee meeting, Ed, and invite District 1 and District 2 families. And then if, after listening to families and letting folks weigh in on it, if you present the exact same resolution and there are no changes whatsoever to it, then you should vote on it at that point. But I do think that you would probably you already made resolutions based on talk. You wrote an initial resolution, Ed, and then you talked to other council members and you edited a lot. You took out some language, you added other language. I think if you heard from more parents, it might be subject to more revision based on input. And I think that could probably be a positive thing.
Yes, I'd like to clarify the record here. I submitted this resolution to you, Ben and I did. We had explicit language about screening and the fact that D2 is desirable because it has screen schools. All of the members saw it. You didn't call me, you didn't get back to me, you told me you would call me, you ignored me, when obviously all of the screening language was in the resolution, leading me to believe that it wasn't the screening and the rigor of the D2 schools that you were worried about. What you were worried about was the D1 students coming in. See, but we're really lucky because tonight we have with us Chad Marlowe, who's a senior policy counsel at the ACLU, but he happens to be a parent of two 2 children in D1, and he's willing to speak to you and give you the concrete data points that you need, okay, that you ask for. So we can give him the floor and he can speak to you about all the concrete data that you want, okay? I understand that the initial resolution had the language about screenings, and I'm all for screening. I'm all for rigorous education. I think it's important, but you ignored me, and so did Len. He didn't call me back for a week. He didn't even give me the courtesy of calling me back and said, hey, well, Ed, can we change this? No, he just ignored me. So let's get the record straight here. There was an initial resolution, and I had in there that because the D2 schools are desirable, they're screen schools, they screen for IEPs, you absolutely ignored me. You didn't call me back, leading me to believe and to understand that it wasn't that you were worried about, that perhaps it was the color of the kids that were coming in from D1. Okay, so let's stop the nonsense and the delay tactics and all this nonsense. Let's listen to Mr. Chad Marlowe about the concrete data points. We also are lucky because we have Naomi Pena, the president, you see, of D1, CEC D1, here with us tonight, and she can speak to you about her concerns and her concerns as a parent in D1. So we can do all of that tonight, okay? So let's keep the record straight. Let's not make all this nonsense about, oh, maybe in a week or two or whatever. Nonsense. We have Chad here, we have Naomi Pena here. You had the initial resolution. You didn't like it, even though it had all the screening language in it. So I changed it because I felt that Eric was operating in good faith, as well as Emily in good faith, and that's the resolution we have. And as Tom says, it was properly noticed. We have a vote on the resolution. Thank you very much.
Ed, why did you take off the elementary portion? Ed, why did you take off the elementary portion of the resolution?
I took out the elementary portion is because when I looked down at the Smith houses, actually the elementary students are in D2. But when it comes to middle school, if you look closely at the resolution and at the map here, okay, and Chad can elucidate on this here, if you look closely, they're shuffled back into C1, District 1 for middle school and high school, although in elementary school, they're in D2. And also that in the Northern District, the elementary students are D2 for middle school and high school, but for elementary, they're District 1. So I took that into account, and the arguments about traveling, to, with the elementary school students to District 2 was persuasive in my opinion. So I think that, and also speaking to Naomi and other, I spoke to Yaya Tan Chu, a council member from
I spoke with her too.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
And she said to me that, yes, she was wholeheartedly in support of this resolution, and that many parents are happy, after speaking to Ms. Pena, with the elementary schools in District 1. They're happy with it. So I said, fine, if they're happy with that, that's fine. We'll make it for middle schools and district. So since we have this shifting zone in the northern part of the district and in the southern part of the district, that's why I removed the elementary school portion.
You did it for politics.
You want to speak to something?
You didn't do it for the kids. You did it for politics.
I listed both Naomi and Chad in the public speaking session, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Sure. I just want to ask, if this resolution is passed, what are the next steps? What would happen?
None.
If the council just advocated for this, then how would it become reality? What would be involved?
The DOE would have to accept it and do something. They won't. It doesn't matter, to answer your question.
We don't even, the research hasn't gone to the point of just figuring out exactly what steps have to take place before the priority can be granted to students of District 1.
I mean, this is just a recommendation, right, Vincent? I mean, that's all it in effect is.
Okay.
All of our resolutions are.
Yes, but wouldn't parents and I want to know, well, if this is promoted, how would it happen? How much time?
How could it happen? All right, so if we're just talking middle schools, then it could happen by the individual middle schools removing their district preferences, right? That's how it could happen. That would be the first step, right? And then we would hope, I'm only doing this under the good faith that we're taking the first step, and D1 would also eliminate their priorities as well. So that's in effect how it could happen. Whether it will happen is, up to everybody else that isn't us.
From an implementation perspective, it's very simple for the Office of Enrollment to change the database to just code that students that have District 1 addresses to have the same priority to enroll in District 2 schools and vice versa. So as far as a technical implementation, it could happen immediately. And it's really just a matter of, does someone in the DOE care to do this based on this recommendation? And to Tom's point, probably not.
And just to be, just to sort of keep ourselves grounded in some reality with regard to the reciprocity of D1 and D2, District 1 schools currently take a lot of non-District 1 students. There are students that come in from Brooklyn into District 1 schools. The under-enrollment and the declining enrollment of D1 schools has been something that's been going on for a long time, and they generally have a lot of room for non-District 1 students, with the exception of a school like Shunwen that is a dual language school that doesn't seem to have the same issues. So there are the enrollment patterns of out-of-district enrollment patterns are worth analysis, I think, because it does impact how schools are able to meet their budgets. But we're not going to resolve all of that tonight. I want to give the other two drafters of resolutions a chance to introduce their resolution and move on to our second public speaking session.
But before we do, can I address one point? We were talking about how our district is overcrowded. Now you're saying that District 1 doesn't have enough students. So wouldn't that naturally fit that we would have, in a district that we surround, we would have more seats overall? Between District 1 and District 2, we would have more seats. You're saying we don't have enough seats in District 2. Wouldn't we have more seats if
we have seats in elementary school. This resolution does not address that. Okay. We're not going to benefit D1 unless we use the D2 at elementary seats.
Hey guys, gentlemen, it's 10:15 at night and we have a second public session to get in. I knew people had a lot of thoughts about this. Jennifer, are you raising your hand?
I'm just going to say one thing about Smith Housing. Smith Housing is zoned for most of them. I don't have every address for 126. That's a District 2 school. It's a K-8 school. Many of those families go to elementary school there and then go on to middle school there. In terms of enrollment for middle school, families at this point in time can apply to schools within the district in which they live and the district in which your child goes to school. So nobody in the Smith houses that goes to 126 would be disadvantaged. So just some
are disadvantaged.
Yeah. Correct. You understand that about the Smith houses?
Right, but Jennifer, you're saying currently they are not disadvantaged, right?
Yes, they can go. They get priority to go on to 6th grade at 126 MAT.
But what about other schools in District 2?
Jennifer, thank you. That they have access to all the schools in District 2. There's District 2 students. That's exactly the kind of information that I was hoping to, kind of get together for everyone, just so people have a clear understanding of all of the provisions involved, because it's pretty complicated.
I think we're all aware of that.
I think
I mean, Eric, you've been on the CEC for 10 years. You may be very aware of it. Other people are still, learning. I think we just had a moment there where we shared some knowledge that wasn't commonly known. So, I only ever aim to be of support. Please continue to let me speak. Thank you. I only ever aim to be of support, and that is all I am offering here. I'm sorry.
Actually,
I don't like being taunted, and it's difficult to watch.
We're going to speak to one another with respect. Eric, you helped to draft the code of conduct, Eric.
Maud, I'm speaking with respect. Don't try and put me in a situation where you're acting like I'm not. Okay, Maud?
The superintendent just
please,
asked you
I
not to
am
taunt her, Eric. So whatever you think you're saying to her.
I did.
We're not going to go through this. I'd like to say very specifically, right, and respond to things that were said, right, this evening, right? So around sharing data, we've asked many times. It's the same thing with the NICEP grant.
Eric, we're
No
not going to discuss data share now. We're going to go on to the other two resolutions.
Okay,
Eric,
Maud.
I am chairing this meeting and we're moving
Yes,
on to
and
the other two resolutions at this
Great,
point.
Maud.
The
Please go
superintendent
ahead.
asked you to not
I
taunt
know.
her. We're ending this conversation and we're
Maud,
moving on to the
okay.
other two resolutions. Sheena, will you please introduce your resolution?
It's a pretty straightforward resolution. Bringing to light some of the issues that are unresolved for students in temporary housing. A lot of people tend to think it's just about the digital device access, internet connectivity, but there's quite a bit more that these students have to face and overcome. So that's essentially the resolution. You can read what those things that need to be changed are in the resolution itself.
Do any council members have questions for Sheena?
I do. So, Sheena, like when working with the students in temporary housing, one of the issues that I came across was that you'll have several shelters, makeshift shelters, and you'll have like one point person in charge of 6 of them. And it's very hard to get in contact with that person. It seems like on their end, they're very disjointed, and it makes it very difficult to, and there's privacy concerns. There's a lot of things on their end that make it difficult for us to help them. Do you think there's anything that we can do on that, or is that just more of a city responsibility? It's become difficult just even to find out what supplies the kids need. It takes weeks, just because they're so limited in what they can do. The people who are actually at the facilities, which I've gone to myself, can't even talk to me. And of course I'm on this council, and they refuse to talk to me because the one person in charge comes there maybe once every 3 months if they're lucky. So in order to do anything for them, I just don't even see how we can do it. Do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, I actually think that's something that we should think about and maybe do a separate resolution on. I didn't include the bureaucratic organizational piece because I need to do a little bit more research on how the Department of Homeless Services interfaces with the Department of Education, what the chain of command is in the existing system, so that we can actually pinpoint what the issues are. And I'd be more than happy to do the research so that we can do another resolution that calls for more streamlined process where we can leverage our resources to help these students better. Because you're right, right now we're not even allowed to contact the shelter site coordinators directly. Apparently we have to go through Iris, and then Iris has to go through somebody else. So it is very cumbersome, and I don't think it's efficient. So I would definitely do some research and maybe do another separate resolution on streamlining of the bureaucracy.
Yeah, thank you. You're right. It's a mess.
I had a question. All these items that you proposed to be provided, have you confirmed that they're not already budgeted somewhere in either HRA or DSS?
If they are budgeted, we haven't been told that they're going to be available. From the way that information is flowing, I don't think these are items that are on anybody's radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have we even confirmed that the students are actually there? Just because from visiting the shelters, talking to homeless people outside, they say, hey, you know what? I sleep on the streets and those lights are never on. So the verification in making sure the students are actually there, I don't even see that.
Yeah, that's another challenging part of the bureaucracy, right? Because they've shut down a couple shelters over the summer or early during the remote learning, actually in spring, because of an outbreak in some other shelter.
So there's a lot of mobility, a lot of transiency, and that's another aspect of this that I think we need to think about.
Do we have any further questions for Shino? If not, we're going to move on to Emily's resolution. Emily, I'm so sorry that it's 10:30 at night before you get to introduce this. If I can figure out how to make us move faster, I will. Are you unmuted, Emily? Can we get you unmuted?
I think I'm unmuted.
Oh, okay. All right, there you go. All right, so Emily, go ahead.
So just from the top, I wanted to add a friendly amendment. One whereas and one to therefore be it resolved. One whereas saying we praise the efforts of our District 2 superintendent, the ULIT literacy coaches, the principals and teachers in D2 who have embraced the pilots around science of reading that D2 has spearheaded. I'd like to add that. And then therefore be it resolved, it is vital that we expand the incredible work that D2 is doing around the science of reading. So I'd like to add those friendly amendments. And I just want to start off by saying that in no way was my tone, like I feel terrible that my tone was somehow taken as not acknowledging the incredible work that is being done in District 2 in this area. That was not my intention at all. I feel like I tried to pour my entire passion into this, and I think maybe my passion turned a little bit heated into my language. So I hope this goes a little way to really acknowledging the incredible work. And in just talking about this resolution, one of the reasons that I do want to acknowledge that work is because I also want to acknowledge how rare it is that there is an enormous system in place that is really wedded to a certain way of teaching children to read. And it is, the system itself actually continues to grow heads with new language around how we teach kids to read, but it's the same system. And that's why it's really, really difficult to get rid of. And there are some reasons that that system is in place. There's some reasons that it continues to exist. Some of it has to do with the fact that it's really hard just to change a system, as we know. That's why we're all here. And some has to do with the fact that, you know, the people in charge, you know, there's money, right? There's money involved. Some people are making money. Some people have to spend some money to change the way the system works. And then also there's a community that's been created by the system that exists that is really hard to get rid of. So I just want to acknowledge that that's why things aren't changing, and it's not because there are not people in charge who are not trying to change them. That being said, I really want to speak to the boldness of this resolution. It is bold. It is calling for an end to a certain system that seems like it's working because of our high D2 literacy rates. And I would like to say, challenge that and say that it is not because of, it is in spite of. And that there's an enormous amount of wealth in our district. There's an enormous amount of pre-existing conditions, if you will, that go into why it seems like this system is really working. And in fact, many educators who have studied this for now decades, really multiple decades, have proven that really, if kids are reading under this system, it's in spite of it and not because of it. And I would point to the fact that while District 2 is doing incredibly well in their literacy rates, in their performance on the state tests, I would just ask council members and families to think about their own child and think about their writing, think about their spelling, and think about their knowledge of the English language, their real fundamental skills-based knowledge of the English language, and think about, does that come from something that's happening in your own home? Does that happen because of some tutor that you got? Or is it coming because of, teachers, college, readers and writers workshop? And I just throw that out there because, it's very hard to separate the, what's actually happening. But really, really incredibly smart, dedicated education and scientific minds have actually done that. They've separated it. So this is not just like a simple fix. It is not just a simple system. As Donalda pointed out and the ULIT coaches pointed out, this is multi-pronged, this is multifaceted. And the thing that this resolution speaks to is that it has a phased approach. These resolutions do not necessarily, change systems immediately. They don't. That this is a call for us to educate people on what's happening and what needs to happen, and to continue to support and further expand this into all places and all reaches. Yes, District 2 students, 72% are reading at grade level. They could be doing even better. I know it's not possible to imagine, but if they had gotten the science of reading at an early age and continued with explicit instruction in writing, like the writing revolution and the Hockman method that Donalda is pointing to, they could be doing even better. And the best part about this is that really we could be reaching all students. This is something that works with all students. There's not a downside to this, because D2 has the privilege and the ability and the money to do an approach that actually, if a child was just racing along and going through this systematic lesson and they got it, they would move on to something else. This is not saying stick on this forever. So I just want to really make sure that people know that while this seems radical, this is not saying, and by the way, don't move off of this, don't have differentiated instruction. That is not what this is saying. This is saying everybody should get these skills. I liken it to a soccer thing. In order to be a great soccer player, even just a good soccer player, you need fundamental skills. And this science of reading is about fundamental skills. Everyone needs it. Neymar was an awesome soccer player. He was probably born to it, but guess what? He needed the fundamentals. So that's what this is about. I urge you all to vote for it. And I plan, whether people vote for it or not, I plan to hold a district-wide and hopefully even larger, broader panel discussion on this with experts. I am working on getting Emily Hanford to come to an event, and I hope that you will all be there. I really hope that you don't hold back on voting for this just because it seems drastic. Drastic measures are in need.
Do we have any questions for Emily with regard to this resolution?
I just want to speak up for a second. I agree with a lot with what was said with the science of reading. There are a number of things I'm not familiar with in the resolution, like SIPS, PATH, Wilson, Squire, and I'm reading right now the Writing Revolution, and I'm trying to get a handle on all this. I just think this is a bad precedent to, after a half-hour discussion from your presentation, and we've heard a lot of good things today. Just today, the presentation from Donalda was super informative, but we spent more time in the CEC discussing meeting dates than we have discussing probably the most important thing that we've ever discussed in this council, and to just discuss over an hour total time is just kind of sad. I mean, this frankly, I would have liked to have some more discussions about this before voting on it. And I'd be stunned if every co-sponsor of this resolution really knew all the line items here. You know, you need years of field experience to really, you know, explain this. And if we vote on it and it passes, fine. But if that's how we're going to be doing future resolutions on curriculum, on such education topics, that, you know, then, you know, it's kind of shameful. We should have the you know, the superintendent bring educators so we can discuss this in better depth in the future. You know, it just this is what I joined for. You know?
Well, I will say this, Ben, those examples that I gave, those are just examples. I did not mean to be prescriptive in and say we should use, like, I'm really not saying that in the resolution. And I think that I worded it clearly enough to say those are examples, and that, you know, that it really needs to be comprehensive and really rooted in the science of reading. And that's all that I meant to say. And that, not just, oh, I'm not picking a winner here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't pretend to be somebody who would do that. I mean, that I would leave to Nalda and the ULIT coaches and other things. I'm just saying that there are reading wars, just like that there are, you know, environmental wars, saying whether global warming exists. You know, when 99.9% of the scientists say it exists, I'm going with the science. And the science says—
I'm not disagreeing with what you wrote, but half of the line items that you put in the whereas or in the therefore statements, I'm not familiar with, you know, and I can't believe that everyone else is either. And I just feel very uncomfortable voting for something, you know, I have no clue about. And if that's what we're going to become, you know, it's a bad precedent for our CEC and anybody else's CEC, any legislator in general. You know, if that's what people do, then.
Well, I mean, I did make a presentation a month ago, and I did point, there was a body of work that I pointed to at the end of my presentation that, you know, I don't know. I mean, a month is a long time to be able to listen to a podcast, you know, take a peek. I'm not saying we need to be experts, but anyway, I don't need to banter back and forth. I just, you know.
You know, I'm going to speak out in defense of Emily on this. She gave it, and this is how legislation works, actually. I mean, she gave a presentation. She gave research, footnoting everything. We're not going to be experts on every area. Our resolutions have no effect. We spend $35 billion in this city, and half the kids can't read. I mean, maybe it's time to just highlight another area. Now, we're not going to know everything about it. We don't have doctorates in every specific area. But, I mean, if you have questions for Emily, I mean, ask them. I mean, what else is she supposed to do, or any of us supposed to do? We can't be complete experts on everything.
Yeah, but you co-sponsored this. You're talking about getting rid of LLI, getting rid of Readers and Writers Workshop. You know, tell me why that's bad. You know, can you tell me? No, I don't. Not Emily. You know.
Okay. Well,
you're a co-sponsor.
Yeah. I'm not a co-sponsor.
You're not a co-sponsor. All right.
So,
sorry.
yeah.
But
so
you're going to vote
let's
on
start
it.
off at that. And
Okay.
and second,
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It was a mistake. So after I read Emily's resolution, actually, she asked me to read it, and I was really busy, and it took a while, but I did. And then she said she offered up a discussion, which I'm sure she did for everybody on this council, and I took her up on it. And the one thing that got me, which is one of the misgivings that other people have expressed, was that it says that the science of reading should really be allowed to supersede everything else. And that concerned me. So I took her up on the offer, and I spoke to her for, about an hour about this, Emily? And, you know, she said, yeah, you know, I wanted this to be strong. I wanted it to get noticed. And even though in our district, our students are way above the average, we're number one, right? At least it adds something for other districts to see. And bearing in mind that nobody's going to listen to this anyway, that teachers, colleagues, that all these other influences will never allow this to happen. At least it draws attention to an issue, another solution to a system that has failed so many of our students, right? So shake some waves. The chancellor's not going to listen. He doesn't listen to any of us. Chancellor didn't listen when we told him to close the schools, and look where we are, right? So nobody's going to listen, but it at least highlights it. I hear you. It's frustrating. All of this.
No, it's been, we have specific line items in this, therefore, and it, you know, I don't know what there are, and you're telling me
what's
that,
your issue?
You know, we should be really have like an expert here or a few experts saying, okay, this one is we should actually keep, and this one maybe, you know, and then tell us the pros and cons. I mean, you know, it's kind of, these are specific
We're volunteer
things.
council. We're not going to get. I mean,
you know, I haven't read any research studies on this. I didn't know that this, you know, this was going to be, you know.
You put in links to research studies in it.
Okay, guys, do we have any other council members who we haven't heard from that want to ask Emily questions or make any comments with regard to this resolution? Emily, I commend you for the resolution and for the presentation you did last month on this. I agree with you more than I disagree with you on the need to continue to develop, you know, to not rest on our laurels. We do a great job of teaching many, many kids in the district to read, but we don't reach everybody. And there is a lot of information out there about reading. I have followed the reading wars somewhat closely, as I've had my own kids have very different experiences as early learning to read experiences. But I have some concerns about the language of the resolution, particularly because we're not talking about a small school district or we're talking about a very, very large system. And I think for the credibility of our CEC, notwithstanding the number of times we've heard tonight that our word is not law, that we don't just pass resolutions and make things happen. I think, for instance, your first 5, therefore be it resolves, makes sense. It talks about educating and empowering, but the last 3 talk about like budgetary issues, like no budgeting for anything other than this. Well, we know the reading writing workshop works for some kids. It really doesn't work for other kids, right? But for some kids, it's proven successful. It is, you know, and I say that as someone who's not a huge fan of that methodology, but we know that some kids have responded very well to that. So I'm not sure that the best way to reach the kids who are not being reached right now is to completely overhaul a system that is having a tremendous amount of success for some schools and some kids. So I just think maybe I'm all for big and bold when you need to be, but maybe in this area, more incremental work would be sort of more respectful to the educators who are finding so much success in what they're doing now, and also still get the ideas out there that you're so passionate about pushing out there. So maybe if those last 3, therefore be it resolves, could come out and we could keep the beginning 5, that would sort of strike a balance.
I would just push back on that only because we do know about Readers and Writers Workshop, certainly in early literacy, and we know that you know what, Maude, I would be willing to say that if it were neutral, but it's not neutral.
What do you mean, Emily?
It's not neutral. It actually has a harming, it actually harms students in their reading. They actually have to overcome a hurdle in learning to read. The way that if a teacher does not know how to do these other things, they're actually teaching something that actually does harm. So it actually pushes kids back before some kids who are advantaged or just have that kind of brain that can do that. That's, 35%, as I showed. Maybe there's another little tranche in there that has resources to have a tutor, to get one-on-one and get pushed up, but never reach their potential. But it actually does harm. So to me, if it were just like a net neutral and you know, some kids do well with this, some kids do with that. That is not the case. It is, and you know, I really included the science to show that, and really, it's out there. In fact, there's a January 27th podcast that talks about a peer review of Reader's Workshop, and it's just, it goes against the science. The science is there. It's 40 years. It's time. And again, it's phased. I'm just saying, don't spend more money. Don't spend more money on it. Dollars that we have right now should be going to proven methods of teaching kids how to read. The only state that improved on the NEEP exam this last cycle, the only state that improved at all and didn't go down or stay neutral is Mississippi. You know why? Because they implemented a statewide science of reading and it went up. Mississippi.
Well, to be fair, they didn't have too far to go down. So,
true, but I'm telling you, that may be so.
No offense to Mississippi, Ole Miss, go. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I don't want to like be negative on Mississippi, but.
No, me neither, but I mean, the facts were that in that situation, there wasn't far to go down.
I'm just saying that they made market improvements. It might not be far to go down, but they could have easily gone even further or stayed the same. They didn't, they went up.
Fair enough.
Sorry, I had myself muted. I just see that it's the language about that. I'm not sure that it's appropriate that we as a CEC direct superintendent and principals to phase out reading and writing curriculum, pedagogy, materials, and practices such as Fontes and Pinnell, guided reading, LLI, whole language, balanced literacy. I mean, it seems like, and other systems that do not
10 years? I mean, I don't put a time limit on it. I'm saying we ought to be going in the direction of away from those materials and towards things that are proven to work for all students.
It's just a recommendation. It's not a mandate. We don't have any power. You know?
All right, maybe we can move on to the public session and then have a further discussion.
Oh, Eric,
Thanks,
look at this.
Maude.
I actually agree with you. Let's go. If we have no other further questions for Emily.
And I will unmute Lupe Hernandez, who is our first speaker in the second public session. Yes? Okay. Lupe, you are unmuted.
You have to unmute yourself, Lupe. There
we go.
Every time I do it, it somehow goes back to mute. I'm not sure what's going on. Thank you again for letting me speak, and I'm glad I'm able to kind of speak again after hearing a lot of you speak regarding these resolutions. I will say this up front, I do support all of these resolutions. There were some key facts I wanted to point out. Temporary housing student resolution, especially, just as long as the buildings are safe, and that goes with all of our children, I hope, but more so in them being there for 5 days straight, I think really helpful. Since we were speaking about resolution 155 last, I did want to point out, Donalda, thank you for sharing that data that you did. I want you to hear, I hear you, but I want you to hear from me as a parent of a child that is basically, we're in District 2 and my son is unfortunately one of the students that are basically slipping through those cracks. Our school actually has the iRead pilot program, but we missed it by a year. My son is in an ICT classroom, so therefore he didn't qualify for the intervention reading that our school provides. My son is on the spectrum, and it would have forced me to go outside of this district, which then therefore kind of makes me wonder that a lot of students that have these special needs with language disability are being forced out of our community to go to a school leaving District 2 with these high percentages of good, students being able to read, when in all actuality, we're pushing those that are in need out of our community to kind of meet those percentages that we're getting here. So yeah, my son is one of those students that I feel would really benefit if the reading
10 seconds.
The science of reading really integrates. Oh, wow. With that many people, okay. District 2 students typically have access to Kumon or additional supports, one-on-one support. Students like my son, unfortunately, do not receive these type of interventions that's provided in our school, as I described before. His academic challenges have also caused behavioral issues which, if going forward, could possibly fall in the line of what Emily's, and she gave a great presentation last month. I think everyone on this council, including myself, had more than enough time to look over the podcast, look over all her research, and she's provided experts on this call earlier that spoke during the public speaking portion that explained some of the prisoner pipeline that this would go through. So again, I support this as a child with disability and somebody that also has possibly dyslexia, which it really affects him. In regards to Resolution 153, this resolution I support because it is a way to undo the system that was put in place years ago. That is still
Lupe, thank you, but you have exceeded your
still
time.
suffer from the ramifications.
Thank you, Lupe. We appreciate it. Patricia Larrea, you are unmuted.
Okay. All right. Hi, Patricia Larrea, D2 parent and Community Board 2 member. I'm speaking for myself today. Time check, it's 10:51. I've been waiting hours to speak. I'm speaking in support of the resolution 155 to promote the science of reading throughout our district. I've heard too many stories from friends and other parents that talk about something not quite right with how their child is learning, but was shrugged off as nothing or pulled out of class for intervention work when the problem really stemmed from how they were taught to read. This cycle perpetuates year after year for many, as you're told your child is on grade level, but come to find out later that they don't love reading or is finding it difficult to finish a timed state test. The research is out there, so why aren't we teaching our teachers this new science? We have seen how it's marginalized communities, how it's become an equity issue. I'm in full agreement that D2 should educate and inform parents, SLTs, PAs, teachers, principals, DOE administrators. If we do not align our reading and writing systems with decodable readers such as Wilson Spire, Ortho Gillingham-based programs, we are doing our students a disservice and perpetuating the school to prison pipeline. We had a teacher that spoke about that earlier today from PS3, and she says how it's worked for her students. Moving on to the other resolution that I want to talk about. I'm in support of 154, students in temporary housing. In District 2, we have over 1,400 students in temporary housing. I was surprised to learn in reading this resolution that even the playbook for principals or the Bridge to School plan doesn't mention the needs of this vulnerable population. This has to change. It's a no-brainer to provide internet connectivity inside all shelters and New York City housing properties. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Kaushik Das, you are now unmuted.
Hi. Hi, sorry about that. I'd just like to speak on the resolution of District 1, allowing District 1 into District 2. Sorry if I don't have the right name for that. We hear a lot about, every time I hear a lot about preserving privilege, and it's the people who are privileged that like to delay, deflect, defer. I'm tired of saying this, but my kids are half Hispanic, half Indian. My parents are immigrants. They came here with $300 in their pockets. My family's experience is not significantly different. They also came here from Argentina and Honduras without a lot of money in their pockets. We don't come from privilege. We do live in District 2. We chose to live in District 2. We spend almost all of our money on rent and other resources for our kids so they can go to school. This makes us privileged. Despite that, we chose to live here because living in District 2 is a choice. These are the choices that I make as a parent for my children. And I happen to live in a real world where resources are limited and we have a choice of where we live. And I choose to live here because it has good schools. I've done this for a number of years, and now we have suddenly decide that, we hear a lot that, oh, it's not a child's fault that they're born in the zip code. It's not their fault, but their parents are responsible because we make choices of where to live. This is a decision that is not unique to New York City. It's in the entire country. Everywhere you go to school, you choose where your children go to school by primarily zip code. And that's the way it is. We can choose to redo the whole thing, but we don't have the power to do that. If people want to redraw districts, I'm all for it. If they want to eliminate it and to make decisions as a borough, which many decisions are made, great. But then the finances should be rearranged accordingly to correspond to those schools. Many said that we've had lots of times that the resolution thing went through a long time ago. Not really. Parents are not around. They're worried about school reopenings. And it's just after Labor Day. You are not reaching all your parents. And I think many parents would have liked to weigh in on this matter. More data? I always believe more data is better. I don't see the point, and I don't see why this should happen right now, right this second.
Thank
I don't
you.
know how much further time I have, but.
No, I think you've exceeded your time. Stefan Lautner, I saw you raise your hand. Would you like to speak? I have unmuted you if you would like to speak.
Hi, Ishma. Yes, sorry. I appreciate that. I sent you an email and said I think that was inadvertent, but I appreciate your putting me on the speakers list. Thank you. You can take me off.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, sorry.
Then Erica Rand Silverman, you are unmuted.
Thanks. And thanks to everybody for letting me speak this evening. I know how late it is. When Ed proposed his resolution, Len's response, and no disrespect to Len, is that he wanted to keep D2 priority seats available to our D2 students and especially our Black and Brown students. But isn't the issue here that our D2 middle and high schools are highly segregated? Isn't the whole problem that those seats are not going to our Black and Brown students? And so who is Len really saving those seats for? I have a lot of parents walking around the playgrounds, and I know this is a separate issue, but saying things like, should I start getting tutors for the 4th grade test? This is the question on the playground in my neighborhood. And isn't there a problem when parents are looking to pay their way into their own schools? And something I've noticed in regards to Emily's resolution is that this is a conversation that starts very early on, particularly to support the reading and writing. And so, you know, even though I highly respect the reading and writing workshop program in the way that they want to institute the joy of writing and revising, I've had my own concerns about some of the technicalities of how they are teaching writing especially. So Emily, I hope whether or not this resolution passes, that there will be an opportunity for you to speak more to us about the science of reading and what that looks like as opposed to the writing and reading workshop. And I don't know how that can happen, but as a parent, I would like to know more. And I know you gave your presentation. It was very dense. And so I hope for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi Pena, you have been unmuted.
Hi all, good evening. I am speaking only because it seems there's a lot of questions around D1 and the resolution. So I really felt compelled to sort of give some light, if there will be any, is absolutely correct that me and Ed had a conversation. And just for some context, I am born and raised in my community. I'm a proud product of NYCHA on the north end of the district. As it so happens, I have relationships across this district. I'm not as young as I look, so my networks is deep and far. One of the networks I have is with the Tenant Association president of Smith Houses, who actually used to be a family liaison person, I forget, FSLA, whatever it is, over at our District 1 office. So she is really well versed in her families and also sort of the admissions that happens. And me and her have had some extensive conversations about her families and where they often go to PS2. And then when it comes to apply to middle schools within the district, they, for whatever reason, do not get in. Just for some context, oftentimes we have several schools that are highly sought after in the middle school. We have two that are in the north end of the district, which is closer to 14th Street. So we do have some families that travel all the way from the southern end of the district up to those schools when they get placed. As far as the elementary school portion is concerned, we find historically that parents prefer to stay local to their neighborhoods and close to where they live. So only often do parents will get a variance if they work some other districts, and parents with resources always find a way to make those variants work for them. So there are parents that live in District 1 that go to schools in District 2 because, bless them, they find a way. But historically, the way it happens that it usually, at least in the southern end, those students come into our schools for District 1. We are a completely choice district. We take everyone and everyone. So that is correct. Because we are on the F line and the L line, a lot of our families come from Brooklyn and beyond. And we don't select those families out. So that is sort of the components of this. I know there used to be a variance many, many moons ago when I was young, because I had friends that used to go to middle school and high school in District 2, pre-Bloomberg years. So I don't know, there's a lot to sort of figure that out, but I think, Ed had a conversation with me. I gave him sort of the historical context that I knew of, and that is sort of what the gist of everything is. And I hope I clarified as many questions as you guys had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the speakers list is Chad Marlowe. Sorry, I'm trying to unmute you. There we go.
I think I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for your service. And for those of you who waited 5 hours to hear me speak, you're going to be sorely disappointed given your commitment of time to get to here. But so I am a District 1 parent, but much of which I'm going to be speaking about tonight comes from my experience as a senior policy counsel at the ACLU, although very explicitly I'm not speaking on behalf of that organization tonight. I helped put together the maps in the resolution you have before you, and it helped Ed to come up with the language to draft it. I wanted to address three related points around the we need more information delay point. The lawyers on this call and on the council will be perhaps familiar with the Latin phrase res ipsa loquitur, which means the thing speaks for itself. One of the things we see when you look at the map is what is called an island district. It is not a unique phenomenon to Manhattan or New York City or the Northeast. They have been populating all over the country for decades as a way to get around Brown versus Board of Education. What they look like is exactly like the one looks like on your map. And so you don't need to get more data when you look at a district that is surrounded on all sides by another district and one side on water. If you want to see another, look at Detroit, Michigan, and Grosse Pointe. If you want to see another, go to the districts in Mississippi. If you want to see another, go to Baton Rouge, where the district of St. George just seceded so that the wealthier and whiter kids could have their own school district. This is not unique. When you see it, you know what it is. And so I don't think the idea of having to get more particularized data is needed when you see a pattern of something that repeats throughout the country is occurring right here in the district. Another thing we are all familiar with is what a gerrymandered electoral district looks like. You know when it's not a perfect square, but it turns around, and it's used to strategically divide populations. There is a reason why the District 1 map covers exactly the public housing districts, and it's to accomplish just that. The third thing I know from the ACLU is that over the last several months, when people have been marching through the streets of New York, they have not been marching in District 1 or District 2, they have been marching in New York City. And they have been asking for racial justice, not just in policing, but everywhere, for a breakdown of systemic bias against people of color in this country. And one of the things that they say all the time is, what do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Not in a month, not in 6 months, not so that people who benefit from systemic racism can study and really realize how systemic and how racist their systems are. And so you have an opportunity to do something important tonight. You are in a position of power and privilege, and you have the ability to share that, and that's important. And then the very last thing I'll leave you with is this. I would ask you to think about, this is about education. So think about what you're teaching your children. Don't teach them that benefiting from systemic racism is okay. Please remember, this is about education. And Ed talked a long time about things going forward. That's a lesson that lasts a lifetime, and we've all seen it. So I ask you, please be bold tonight. Do the right thing. The city and the nation are watching, I promise you.
Thank you. Okay, Tunisia Riley, you are unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Tunisia Riley. I was born and raised on the Lower East Side, on the District 1 side, and I was lucky to get my children into an excellent D2 school. What I do want to say is a couple of things. One, District 1 and people who live in District 1 know that we have been robbed of our space and our territory. There are families that live across the street from D2 schools, but they must go to D1 schools further away because we're not allowed to cross the street and take our kids to school. It's not right. Year after year, I have listened to the District 2 CEC talk about diversity and increasing diversity. And if you really wanted to increase diversity, you would look past the money lines that have created District 2, because that's what this is about. District 2 is based off of money lines. And you would allow District 1 families the chance to come out of that little island, as it was called, to give their children a shot. There are only 10 middle schools in District 1, whereas there are 33 in District 2. The second thing is that District 1 would not be pushing kids out of District 2 high schools, because any child can go to any high school in New York City. I work in a high school in District 2, and I have kids from Brooklyn, Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. So your District 2 children wouldn't suffer. As a matter of fact, District 2 high schools are looking for more children. So I would ask that before you decide that your child's chance of getting into a high school is ruined, think about the fact that, one, your child wouldn't be fighting with my child. Your child will be fighting with kids from all over the city, top 10 kids from all over the city. And lastly, as I said, District 2 middle schools, they have space. The 33 District 2 middle schools have space. Please allow District 1 kids the fighting chance that was stolen from them so many decades ago, as Ed spoke so clearly about. And there's history about it everywhere. Please give them the chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia. And our last speaker in the second public session is Matthew Chook. You have been unmuted.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick things. Regarding resolution 155, with all due respect to the council members, I'm not sure when all these parents became experts in pedagogy, and I would love to hear from the instructional team and the principals of District 2 regarding that resolution. And second, regarding Resolution 153, I implore the council to please delay this vote until at least next month. Please give families of District 2 the opportunity to weigh in on this resolution. Perhaps as co-president of the President's Council, you can allow us to reach out to our members to at least get some feedback. If you are not going to do so, at least let us do so. I think it's really, really important for such an impactful, significant impact of a decision that's going to be made for years and years and years to come. I just ask you to delay the vote for at least another month. Thank you.
You're muted, Maud.
Thank you. Always helpful. That was our last public speaking session.
I think Lupe Hernandez has her hand up again. Or not again, she has her hand up.
I know, but we're going through we just finished our public speaking session, Emily.
Oh.
So let me just go. Do we have any other council members who wanted to add anything else before we
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I still haven't heard anything compelling. I haven't had questions answered, which is, for example, are the members who sponsor this next month going to be in favor of extending District 2 priority, District 3 and District 4 and District 5? We heard from the last speaker, or one of the last speakers, that there are 10 middle schools in District 1. How many will there be after this? Will there be 8 middle schools in District 1, 7, 6, 5? There'll be, matter of fact, fewer choice there. And finally, I haven't heard one thing to explain how this particular resolution helps diversity. It would definitely help diversity if District 2 didn't have a diverse population, but we actually do have a diverse population. We might have, and the numbers that are included, that were so, Mr. Marlowe included in his, mentioned that he helped Ed with. The numbers are like barely over 10% in terms of some of the differences between populations of District 1 and District 2. So I find that uncompelling. So I would just at this point just make a motion to table Resolution 153, at which time either a diversity committee can meet or there can be some further discussion so that the parents of District 2 can actually weigh on this and not have a resolution decided the day after Labor Day, prior to school, when a lot of people are coming back from vacations and have not really, there's been no effort to really publicize this resolution.
Well, Len, can I answer your questions first?
Len, I just want to point out, Len, I know that when you came on to the council this year, you made a point of leading the community outreach committee and making it clear that you wanted to develop conduits and entry into schools. So purportedly things like this wouldn't happen, which you claimed happened in the past. So, I mean, you've been running the community outreach committee for a year. This resolution was put forward in the right timing. The community has been aware of these conversations. It's just interesting that this has been your responsibility to ensure that the community understands what we're discussing at these meetings. So I guess if you don't think that information is out there, we probably got to get back to the drawing board around what community outreach is doing.
And Eric, I appreciate that. And I think it speaks volumes to the vehemence that you are opposed to any potential delay of this resolution. And I think our parents will be remembering that in the future.
Are we allowed to table a resolution that
I was just
it has
that,
3
Robin,
co-sponsors? I think we have to let it go to a vote unless the co-sponsors want to table it.
I'm not
Otherwise,
sure,
what's the point of having 3 co-sponsors? It's on the agenda.
Right. So the motion is a motion to table it for the following month. I don't think there's anything wrong with making that motion. I actually happen to agree with it. But if I would second
what if I motion to put it to a vote afterwards?
Well, if it's a second motion, it has to go to a vote, Tom. So,
okay.
But I think we've tabled motions before, Robin, on.
Yeah, but the co-sponsors table the motion. What's the point of only needing 3 co-sponsors to put it on the agenda?
But those are
then
kind of
everyone
two
could
separate
just-
items.
No, but it's the idea is that like as long as you follow the rules, you don't need 6 people to put something on the agenda. So it seems like it's on the agenda and it should go for a vote, and it passes or it doesn't pass unless the co-sponsors pull their sponsorship.
Is Jennifer Greenblatt still on the line? Can we get clarification?
Well, I guess what's the difference, right? If the votes are there to not
Oh,
to table it, then it's
Jennifer,
the
I'm
other way.
recognizing you to speak. Go ahead.
So I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. I would say the sponsor should probably have to say, can we postpone it until next month? But I'm not 100% sure, and I'm not looking at Robert's rules.
Well, what's the harm with putting it up to a vote? I mean, if you don't want to consider it, just vote no.
Consider what? Tabling it till next month so that we can have more community
If
input?
people don't want to vote for it tonight, they will vote against it tonight.
Or we could put the motion to table up for a vote of the full council, and if that passes by majority, then we won't vote, right?
Right, but Tom, that's what I'm saying is that
Right.
I don't know that we can do that. If the co-sponsor, it has 3 co-sponsors. That's what it needs to get on the agenda. There's a point of having, right, like there's a point of having a lower threshold to get on the agenda with only 3 co-sponsors, so that even if something doesn't have a majority support, it still has an opportunity to be presented and voted on. And so that what you're proposing sort of nullifies the purpose of having that 3-person co-sponsor as long as you follow the notification rules.
So
Just
Robin,
feel like we
I
should-
completely hear you, but if we put the motion to table up for a full vote of the board, then if it was going to pass anyway, that table motion will not pass.
That's not necessarily true.
I just reject the notion that we did not post this with enough notice. We have done the exact same thing for every one of the rest of our resolutions. Whether you're going to vote for this or not, if it doesn't pass, you have the opportunity to revise this resolution and put it up as a new resolution next month. But this seems to be the thing that we consider every time there's a controversial resolution. Should we wait till next month? We might as well just vote on this. It is now 11:16 and get this over with, and we can have a 5-hour meeting next time.
Yes, I concur.
Yeah, and you could actually introduce a resolution to nullify a resolution next meeting.
So we are going to go on.
I move that we vote on the resolution now.
Second.
Well, we don't need to move to vote on the resolutions. That's the next item on our agenda. I'm moving to, I'm not moving. I am moving us. So Len, it looks like we're not going to take a vote on your motion to table the resolution. Although I agree with you, I'm inclined to abstain on this resolution in the absence of willingness to give it more time, not just for community input, but also for additional information, and perhaps just improving it.
Okay,
So
I just because even though I said I wouldn't,
Oh.
I had to.
Jennifer, you're completely
and
breaking up.
anybody can make a motion to table it according to Robert's rules. So I said, I just Googled it in Robert's rules, and it says that anybody can make a motion to table it.
all right, well,
then
I'm gonna, what's that? I'm gonna second your motion to table the resolution.
Does that go up for a full vote now, Jennifer?
Yes, if you have a
Yes.
seconded motion, it goes to a
Okay.
vote. So
Okay.
Vincent, can you do a roll call on Len's motion to table till next month this resolution?
Sure. Okay. Robin.
No.
Okay. Eric, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Emily, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. I'm going to vote yes. Edward, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Maud, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ben, how do you vote?
No.
What was that?
No.
Ben votes no on tabling it. Ushma Neal, how do you vote?
No.
Leonard Silverman, how do you vote?
Yes.
Shino Tanakawa, how do you vote?
No.
No.
No. Okay. So the tabling does not pass. There were 8 no's and 3 yeses. So it does not-
Vincent, can you call a roll call now for us for resolution 152, the American Sign Language resolution?
Okay, so the sign language.
Don't we need to make a motion for voting on these
Yes.
resolutions?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we vote on the resolutions that are put forward in our calendar agenda.
Second.
Make the motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the voting on all of our resolutions on the
Motion to
calendar
approve the
agenda.
resolutions, yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So 152, the American Sign Language support. Robin,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Emily.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. I'm voting yes. Edward,
Yes. Yes.
Maud,
Yes.
Ben,
Yes.
Ushma,
Yes.
Len,
Yes.
Shino,
Yes.
Tom.
Yes.
Resolution 152 is 11-0, consistent with our prior vote. Okay. The next item, 153, and that is the District 1 priority, or giving District 1 the same priority as District 2 students. And go to Robin.
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Emily,
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no. Edward,
Yes.
Maud,
I'm going to abstain.
okay. Ben,
Abstain.
okay. Ushma,
Yes.
Len,
No.
Chino,
Yes.
Yes.
yes. Okay, so that resolution passes 8-1 with 2 abstentions.
Vincent, I think it's 7-2 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It is a little late, but I'll check it to be sure. 7.
You voted no. Len voted no. Ben abstained. So did Maud. 7-2-2.
Yeah.
Correct. Sorry about that.
No worries.
All right. And let's see. Number 1, the students in temporary housing. That's 154. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Emily,
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Edward,
Yes.
Maud,
Yes.
Ben,
Yes.
Wishma,
Yes.
Len,
Yes.
Shino.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so that also passes 11-0. And the last resolution we're considering tonight is number 155, the Science of Reading resolution. Robin,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Emily,
Yes.
I'm voting yes. Edward?
Yes, yes.
Maud?
Yes, with the modifications that Emily added.
Right, yes, with the items she mentioned, sure. Ben?
We didn't hear you, Ben.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Ushma?
Yes.
Len?
Abstain.
Chino?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 10-0 with one abstention. And I think that's it for the votes, correct?
That is indeed. I'm going to do two things now, guys. I'm going to move to adjourn this meeting. But before I do, I'm just going to say, with regard to our working business meeting, rather than hold another working business meeting in September to address agenda items that we didn't get to, I'm going to suggest that we table the items that we didn't get to until our October meeting. So unless I hear objections from all of you, and I know I'm not doing this right.
I have one objection. There's one new business matter that I would like to bring up.
So we can either quickly reopen our working business meeting and deal with it now, guys, or we can reschedule. So I'm going to re-adjourn the working business meeting now. Tom, what's your new
I just
business?
want to bring up one issue. The issue is that during the public session, I was attacked by another CEC president and was not allowed to respond. Not you, another CEC president from District 14 attacked me. I was not allowed to respond to her. I went to their public session in CEC District 14, and I was not allowed to speak. So I would like to know how that could be resolved, because it is unfair.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
I have no one in this council has anything to do with CEC 14, so I'm not going to address CEC 14.
Okay. Yet you allow them to speak, and you do not allow me to defend myself after that president attacked me. Correct?
This is, it's not cross-examination, Tom. This is a CEC D2 meeting. It's a public meeting. Anybody can come and speak at that meeting, and they are welcome to come and abide by our rules and regulations at public speaking.
Sure. So at what opportunity would I have in our regular course of a calendar meeting to defend myself from slander during the public session, because I was not allowed last time?
Tom, it's just not an appropriate line of conversation for a working business meeting. We are as CEC members, we are essentially public figures, certainly in terms of defamation law. It seems, I shouldn't say certainly, but it seems like there's a clear argument to be made that CEC members are public figures under defamation law. So people are going to say mean things about you sometimes. I have some experience in that area. I can tell you, you just have to get used to it.
Understood,
And
but should I not be allowed to defend myself after I am
this isn't
slandered?
a forum for people to defend themselves. This is a forum to advocate for education for children. And that's what we were elected and appointed to do. And that's what we should do. Hurt feelings or bad feelings about people saying mean things to you is not on the agenda. I really don't know what else to say about that.
No, you can address when I am allowed to speak at meetings. That is part of our calendar meeting. I would like to know when I am allowed to speak.
You seem to speak throughout the entire meeting, Tom.
This meeting, not last meeting. We go to the tape.
So, Tom, I'm tired. It's 11:30.
I understand. So am I.
I will say this. I'm less concerned about, I think at that last meeting, what concerned me the most was your behavior towards members of the public who were speaking, the way in which you were rude to people, the way in which you interrupted people who were speaking, and the way in which you used rude gestures towards members of the public. So my biggest concern at the end of that meeting was making sure that that behavior didn't continue. It is something that I spoke to appropriate people at DOE about, and it's one of the issues that we addressed in the draft new bylaws that we have on the agenda today, and that we will hopefully vote into being next month. Because I think we all have to have a standard of conduct for how we behave ourselves at this meeting that is appropriate. And we as CEC members, I would love it if we could speak to each other more respectfully and with more kindness, because there's a constant accusation here that if people have a different opinion than you about a resolution, that they are somehow acting in bad faith. And you can see that seeping into the way members of the public accuse people who don't agree with them. I think no good comes of that. I just don't think there's any benefit to it. I think we can talk about areas where we disagree with one another without constantly impugning the motives of each other and members of the public. That's what I think, Tom.
Okay, well, I certainly agree with areas of bad faith.
Okay. Well, on that lovely and positive note, thank you all for staying here until 11:30, and our next meeting is the second Tuesday of October, and I will see you all then. Good night.
Did we adjourn officially?
And I move to adjourn. Can I get a second?
I second.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.